started. Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Trustee Brown?
Come back to her.
Okay. Trustee Handy?
Here.
Oh, Brenda, I'm here. Sorry.
Thank you. Trustee Gonzalez, you won?
Yep, I'm here.
Thank you. Trustee Weinstein?
Here.
Trustee Napolia Bellaris? We'll come back. And do we have President Bonilla?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. So we'll just we'll wait a moment for Trustee Napolia Bellaris. Madam President, do you suggest we wait another moment, or should we get started since we do have a...
We have a quorum, so I'd like to move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. So welcome everyone to our July 14th regular meeting of the Board of Trustees. The meeting's been called to order, and I'd like to start with a Pledge of Allegiance led by Trustee Withrow.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
To the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that, Trustee Withrow. We will move to report out from closed session once our trustee, our VP comes back. But we'll go ahead and we'll take care of that. We'll keep going down the agenda. We'll come back to it. Can I have an approval of the agenda, please?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Brenda, you're on mute.
Withrow?
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Brown?
Yes.
Trustee Handy?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez, you won?
Yes.
Trustee Weinstein? Trustee Weinstein?
Yes.
Thank you. And President Bonilla?
Yes.
Okay, and one moment, let me just see if I can send Trustee Reese, resend her that invitation. So it'll just give me one moment, please.
Brenda, she told me that on text that she's in the webinar, but she's not. She's on, but she's not in the webinar. So her link probably didn't get her to the right place.
Okay, I'll go ahead and promote her to a panelist.
Mine froze.
We can hear you, Trustee Withrow. Do we have Trustee Reese?
Thank you.
Thank
I hear.
you.
Okay.
And Trustee Reese, we just approved the agenda. Do I have your vote on that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Motion carries. President Bonilla?
Thank you. Can we go back to the report out from
Sure.
closed session, please?
Sure. At tonight's closed session, the board voted for the following closed session actions. The board voted to table the item to July 28, 2020 board meeting in which the board would decide whether to enter into the DFEH voluntary mediation process. Motion by Gonzalez-Yuen, second by Weinstein. 5 yeses, 2 noes, and the 2 noes were Trustee Brown and Trustee Handy. The second item, the board voted to enter into negotiations with the unions on the supplemental employee retirement program based on information provided to the board by Keenan and Associates. Motion by Trustee Withrow and Trustee Brown. Ayes 7, noes 0. Madam President, that concludes the closed session readout for tonight.
Thank you. We'll move to item 2.6, approval of the minutes. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
No, we have a second. Can we have roll call, please?
Thank you. Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Trustee Brown? Trustee
Yes, sorry about that.
Trustee Handy?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez-Yuen?
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Weinstein?
Yes.
Trustee Napoli Bellarice?
Yes.
And Trustee Bonilla?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you. My favorite part, please don't tell me that they're not here, are associated student government reports. Anyone here?
We do. We have one person. We have Michael Cooper, and I am unmuting him now.
Thank you.
Hello, I am not here to speak as a member of the ASMC, but as an individual, as we are currently taking a break, I think, for the summer. Should I wait for public comment since I'm not doing a report?
Okay.
That'd be great.
We can, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Clerk, there are no other student government reports?
There are no other student government reports.
Okay, we'll go ahead and move to item 2.8, classified Senate.
Madam President, we have Terrence Fisher.
Hello?
Hi, Terrence.
Hello. Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good evening, President Bonilla, members of the Board of Trustees, Chancellor Stroud, presidents, and guests. This afternoon, we have 2 classified Senate campus reports. The first report is from the Berkeley City College Classified Senate. The Berkeley City College Classified Senate is revisiting and amending its non-discrimination resolution. In addition, the Classified Senate will prepare for Flex Day activities with a focus of emotional support and workplace equity. The Classified Senate is still looking for professional development opportunities, particularly during this period of work from home. Many classifieds are looking for tools to assist and help prepare them for the upcoming academic year. The upcoming Senate meeting will be held Tuesday, July 21st. The second report is from the Merritt College Classified Senate. Merritt Classifieds participated in the Grab and Go Lunch Distribution Program, which was held on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 12 to 2 at the David E. Glover Education and Tech Center in Oakland. The event was a great success. Classified Senate elections were held, and the following senators were elected to serve for the 2020-2021 fiscal year. President, Chichetta Henry. Vice President, Marisol Rogue Chavez. Treasurer, Alejandra Cerda. Senator, Tahita Anderson. Senator, Margie Rubio. Senator, Soledad Luang. Senator, Basasha Farr. Senator, Carmen Johnson. Senator, Silver Daniel. And lastly, Senator Denise Woodward. Vacant cabinet positions, secretary and PIO, will be discussed at the next Classified Senate meeting on July 21st. Merit classifieds are concerned about budgets not being loaded correctly or on time for the July 1st starting date for the 2020-2021 fiscal year. Budgets are still not being loaded as requested on time. This creates delays for classifieds to set up purchase orders within their departments and places additional pressure on classifieds to begin processing requisitions within a shorter time frame in addition to the heavy workloads they currently perform. That is the end of the campus reports. Thank you very much for your attention and support of the Peralta Classified Senate.
Thank you, Terrence.
Thank you for that, Terrence.
And then, Madam President, we have the Academic Senate report from Donald Moore.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you very much for this evening, President Bonilla, and members of the board and the presidents and the chancellor. Yeah, I'd like to say that our summer session is a week away from ending, and it's been interesting. I was teaching 2 classes of approximately 50 students each, and a lot of them from various colleges and universities around the country who are, I guess, back at home. I hope that the summer, our numbers were good, because it certainly felt like that in terms of teaching those classes. And I know other people were teaching classes as well as finishing up on some other areas. So what I'd like to talk about briefly are 2 areas that I was interested in. One is we have 2 searches going on currently with presidents, and I was privy to the schedule for the 2, and I was surprised to note that on the Laney schedule there wasn't a forum, and I didn't know if that was an oversight or what, because since we've had so many presidential searches, including BCC Merit already, and we did forums there, my assumption is that the forums are going to be at each of the other 2 institutions. And my hope is that the forums are going to be during the time that faculty, students, and certainly classified can be available to participate in it. I think it would be very important. And of course, I'm talking about the permanent presidents for those institutions. So I'm a little bit concerned that it looks like maybe only 4 weeks will be used to advertise these positions. I noted today that HR was able to put something up on the CSSO and the CIO listservs, and I'm assuming that they put it up on the CEO and so on. And so my concern is simply that 4 weeks, you more than likely won't get a good, strong pool. I would suggest that if you have a pool of like 10 or less, the problem is that you can pretty much discount a quarter of them because they're basically not all that strong. And then you have only maybe 3 or 4 left. And out of that 3 or 4 that the committee interviews, you know, the pool itself isn't going to be as strong. So that's a concern when you're only advertising for 4 weeks. And, you know, you have to question, is that the wisest choice? I know and understand from my fellow Senate presidents that some of the concern has been that because we have accreditation and so on, we need to get leadership in, permanent leadership in quickly. I agree that that's a concern, but I would hope that it doesn't diminish the need to have a fully strong recruitment drive. And so please be aware of that and to be cautious about that. The other thing that I'm concerned about is the tentative budget was done at PBC, and the May Revise task force group also looked at it. The problem, of course, is that the amount of days that we had to even have those meetings was very, very short. It was roughly 3 to 4 days. And part of that is of course, then we didn't have the full amount of people participating in it. For our part, in terms of faculty, one of the difficult things to do in the summertime is to get faculty, even faculty senate presidents who are on the committee to actually be able to show up. I know that 2 of our Senate people attended, myself and Jeffrey from COA, I think representing PFT. So that is of concern. So I'm more concerned about process and protocol in terms of what shared governance than anything else. I'm also concerned in that process, what do we do? Do we make recommendations, or there was no formal votes on any of that? Again, whether it was the task force or the PBC. I do appreciate the fact that we're in a time constraint, and I'm cognizant of the fact that what we're doing is making recommendations, and the chancellor was at the PBC meeting. So I think if there were any comments to be had, they would have been done at the meeting. But again, I didn't hear as much, and I'm concerned that people hadn't had time to digest it. So I'll leave you with those 2 thoughts. Again, we're going to have a plenary on Thursday, the 16th of August. And so we welcome participation from trustees and others. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam President, we have our speakers. The first speaker is Michael Cooper. Michael Cooper, are you in the room?
Yep, just fiddling with that mute button.
Thanks, Michael.
Hey there, my name's Michael Cooper. I'm the new president of the Associated Students of Merritt College. I wanted to reach out by public comment in expression of only my own thoughts and observations today, as I've been told the ASMC is taking a break. I wanted to start by thanking all of you, especially Chancellor Stroud, for your work and service to Peralta and her students. Today, I wish to share with you a struggle myself and many others have been experiencing, and appeal to all of you to invest nothing more than a bit of extra time for collaboration. A great many other student leaders and I have been collaborating within the Peralta district and finding it very difficult to find the available support and guidance to engage creative endeavors in service to the school. And I do mean a great variety of different types of endeavors. We realize that there are many extenuating circumstances even prior to this pandemic, and it's very important to us to be mindful and realistic about those things. Though we also understand that there are a great many ambitious students Though we also understand that a great many ambitious students before us have encountered the same issue and spun their wheels over excuses, however valid they may be, ever encouraged to be patient and do more homework before trying to engage things so deeply. Until our short time here is up, we are gone and passing down what limited experience we can to those we know who will struggle the same struggle. I want to explain that I'm not a person of blame. If anything or anyone is in any way at fault, that's not my focus. I only care about being of service and overcoming this obstacle. Though I feel we have a heightened degree of responsibility given our legacy as home of the Black Panther Party and how readily some of us represent ourselves and our school and our district in that very valuable way. So I feel that especially right now, while we have what is arguably one of, if not the biggest movement in US history, that there is simply not enough being done to engage this matter and not enough being done to support the many students who are reaching out in every direction, from student activities to faculty to the district, trying to find more identities to collaborate with. And I know that you're out there. I know that there are proper channels to figure that out. And we've tried to be very patient. I know I've tried to be very patient in figuring out, the best ways to approach that and take my time and be patient. But we're really reaching the end of this momentum's peak and this amazing window of opportunity, and it doesn't need to end. And we really need your support, and I could use just personally a little more of a point in the right direction, or someone to reach out and just talk to me about what all of us are trying to collaborate. Because in closing, right now is an opportunity for all of you to be on the sidelines with these student endeavors, to take the reins alongside us as our very desired and respected mentors, or possibly to, and I mean this is no ultimatum, but possibly to position yourselves in front of this momentum, in which case there's, one clear result. So I'm hoping for the most productive introduction and entry into this role as possible. And I just thank you so much for your time and hope to hear from some of you soon and reach out to some of you soon. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Michael. Madam President, we need to go back to the approval of the agenda, if we may.
Yes.
Okay, so.
And we need to complete a roll call on this?
Yes, we do.
So under agenda item 9.3, it should show Tamil Gilkerson and Tim Karras under resignation, not retirement. And Joy Chavarin should be listed as Joya Chavarin. Under agenda item 9.8, the first reading date should read June 23, 2020, not May 26, 2020. And those are the only two items.
Can you repeat the correction on 9.8?
Sure. 9.8, the first reading date should read June 23rd, 2020, not May 26th.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can we pull items yet or no?
That was under approval of the agenda, so now would be the time to
Pull an item. I would.
Yes.
Excuse me. Let's see here. I would like to pull item 8.1. Can you?
8.1 has been moved to action.
Thank you.
If there are no other changes, we'll go ahead and under the first and second, we'll go ahead and redo our roll call.
Okay.
Trustee Withrow?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Yes.
Trustee Handy?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez-Yuen?
Yes.
Trustee Weinstein?
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Napoli-Bellarice?
Yes.
And Trustee Bonilla?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Madam Vice President, are we back in public communication?
We are, and we have 4 more speakers. The 4 speakers are Jennifer Shinosky, Stacy Lancaster, Jeff Sanseri, and Fred Bourgoin. Jennifer, are you in the room?
Hi, good evening. I'm going to take my time tonight to dig into the tentative budget a little bit. Please forgive me. I'm going to cite a lot of numbers. I want to be careful and stick to easily verified facts so that I'm not accused of making any ad hominem attacks. It's important to me at this time that we try our best to work together and focus on the many challenges we have in front of us. So I'm going to dive right in. On page 19 of our budget book, we see the allocations for each college in the district office. Each of our colleges appears to be slated to lose at least $1 million in net college revenue. Laney is slated to lose $2.5 million, while the district office has a budget that's increasing by more than $500,000, and college costs for centralized service budgets appear to be increasing by over $1 million. Most of the increases in district office costs can be accounted for in the chancellor's and general counsel's offices. The other group of items that I'd like to highlight tonight are the part-time faculty, books, supplies, and services, and the parcel tax budget lines. These items may be connected. On page 24, the estimated actuals for part-time faculty this year are almost $8 million higher than what was budgeted, while books, supplies, and services are almost $6 million lower. And we're rolling our budget over from last year to this year again. On page 83, we see that $7.5 million of parcel tax funds are budgeted for books, supplies, and services. Surprisingly, less than $200,000 is budgeted for faculty, even though parcel tax dollars are supposed to be used for instructional purposes according to plans that were to be presented to this board last October per AP 6741. Parcel tax funds were sold to voters as a way to spend additional dollars on classes that our community needs. They're supposed to be spent on instructional costs and not used to supplant out of the general fund in order to meet the 50% law. Let's do what we promised to do and spend this money supporting instruction at a time when we know that so many students are struggling. All the items I've highlighted tonight come from comparing this year's budget book with last year's. I'm sure there are missing details and areas where I could be misinterpreting. Without a robust discussion and ample time to review these documents, it's hard not to miss details and misinterpret numbers. This is why we have a budget calendar and why I, along with other faculty and staff, serve on the committees charged with this work. We need to start adhering to the processes and procedures that we continue to agree on and continue to say are important. This budget does not reflect the values of the faculty that I represent because this budget doesn't put student learning first. I urge the board to take their fiscal responsibility seriously and ask the hard questions about how this budget was developed and how shifts in allocations will support better outcomes for the students that we serve. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you for that. Our next speaker is Stacy Lancaster.
Madam President, we do not have Stacy in the waiting room, so we'll go on to the next speaker.
Thank you.
Unmute. That's me, right?
Yes, it is.
Excellent. I want to start by saying hello and that I hope everyone is well. I'd also like to quickly say that I'm appreciative of the many workshops and webinars that are being offered by the district, especially as our difficult times become more difficult in the outside world. They've been really edifying for me, and I've been happy to, be a part of them. However, inside of our community college district, I think most people know me as a union guy, so I'll just start there, saying that as a member of the faculty union and as a teacher, I'm dismayed that as the fall semester creeps up on us, that the district is refusing to come to the table and negotiate important issues concerning safety protocols. These are negotiations, by the way, which must happen before we can move forward with the school year. I think the source of my concern or even my frustration is that we all want safe students and faculty, so talking about these things would be more of a conversation than anything adversarial, and yet the district refuses to come to the table and talk. Instead, there's a back to work task force that was created outside of existing negotiating processes and structures, essentially adding a needless step to the process of talking with faculty, all for the purpose of shutting the legal bargaining agent out of the process until the last minute. It's hard to know. It's telling that the union leadership was not invited to these meetings and were even told so publicly in these meetings, which were also public. Although I'd remind anyone and everyone, except for perhaps my students that don't need it, that I'm also a teacher. I don't mind being vilified by anyone or being called this or that, or the union being called this or that. I understand that sometimes I have to play that role for people to get to where they want to go. My only concern is that we aren't scrambling at the last minute to make real decisions about the safety of our students, because much of the summer was spent making empty ones. It worries me because I care about this district, the students, the teachers, the staff, and yes, even administrators, some of whom might even secretly like me. But, I won't name names. And it hurts to see the district seemingly run over employees in many departments, not just faculty, despite being in a situation where I thought we were under heightened scrutiny. I haven't been here long, but I will say that as someone who has been in many workplaces over the years, there seems to be a culture now where questioning the leadership at the district now has repercussions. The medium we're using, Zoom, this medium, to communicate right now, and over the past few months, it definitely leaves a lot to be desired, I know. But one thing I've noticed is that in meetings, when a district administrator says, does anyone have any question, it does not really mean, does anyone have any questions? Because those who ask serious questions and informed questions tend to be vilified, usually in the next 10 minutes of this meeting. And for a lot of faculty and staff, that's a scary place to be. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you, Jeff. Fred Burgoyne.
There we go. Got the button. Good evening. Madam President, trustees, chancellors, vice chancellors, president, and acting presidents. I'm addressing you tonight as past president of the Laney Faculty Senate, as a former co-chair of the Planning and Budgeting Council, and as a former member of the May Revised Task Force, but also as a simple Peralta employee. Title V of the California Code of Regulations entrusts faculty senates with certain rights and duties, the 10+1, you know that. And we also are a primarily rely upon district. And this is the context within which I wish to alert you to a few things that have already been mentioned, but I'm going to repeat a couple of things. Board Policy 2511, which has to do with the role of academic senates in district and college governance, specifically as it applies to our budget processes, not the budget itself, but the processes. You should know that the tentative budget you're going to look at tonight or be presented with hasn't been vetted through the agreed upon shared governance procedures. It has been shared with some people, I agree with that, but it has not gone through shared governance proper. For a simple reason, there is no shared governance in the summer. We are on 10 months contracts. PBC does not exist during the summer. And the people who met last week as the PBC were actually not members of the PBC. They had not been reappointed or replaced. Yesterday's budget forum, that was a great idea. Of course, it came too late for people to give input to be included in what you're saying today. And again, it is not shared governance, summer, remember? On a side note, I was co-chair at PBC for 2 years. I stepped down early in June, as you will see in the presentation. I noticed that that was mentioned in there. I also stepped down from the May Revised Task Force, the Summer Budget Task Force, as did Brad Balukian, whose input and advocacy was dismissed consistently. My stepping down was in protest of not following the policies. I unfortunately didn't have time to really look at the budget itself, so I'm not going to say anything about it. I would just advise you to look at the vision and values of the district when you consider the budget. Another board policy, administrative policy as well, 7380 on ethics, civility, and mutual respect, following up on what Jeff just said. I don't want to dwell too much on this one because trustees, you have been privy to an email exchange that the chancellor and I had last Thursday. I only want to say that this isn't about me. I don't care. What I care about is when I'm not the only one who is being treated with such personal attacks. It is my right and my duty to criticize decisions without having people roll their eyes at me on camera. That does not deserve a personal attack, an attack on my personal, on me. Never mind. The problem is that this happens a lot. And I can tell you that there are many other faculty and administrators and classified who have suffered from this. And I tell you, if I had a chance, if I didn't care about my students so much, I would be finding a job elsewhere where it's a little bit healthier to be. So you might call me loud if you like. That's okay, except that it's too personal. If you want to criticize my work, go ahead. Do not criticize my person. Lastly, and more importantly, this is a lot more important, board policy and administrative procedure 7120, another violation. This one is about recruitment and hiring. As you know, we're looking for a new president at Laney College, and several things have been skipped along the way. For instance, the job description should have been given to the Senate president for 5 days to review. That step was skipped. That's a violation of administrative policy right there. The job was advertised in the usual outlets only after Donald Moore, Dr. Moore, contacted HR to say that we didn't see anything in the Chronicle of Higher Ed. So that day,
wrap up, please. Thank you.
That day. And also, of course, we're looking at a very tight timeline, which is going to give us a narrow, shallow pool. And even though our timeline is pretty much identical to COA's, we do not get a forum for the finalists. I'm assuming that's an oversight, and I hope that this gets fixed, because every other college, since we're hiring 4 presidents this year, every other college has had a forum for that. This is a very important step, and it has to happen while school is in session. That's what shared governance is. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Fred. Madam President, that completes
Thank you.
For the evening.
Thank you so much. We will move into item 2.11, Chancellor's report. Chancellor?
Yes, thank you very much. President Bonilla, members of the board, my colleagues on the dais and members in the audience, it's my pleasure to be able to provide this report to you today. It consists of a report on the order that's related to the international students as well as college reports. Before I start that report, I do want to let the board know just in relationship to the statements about the loading of the budgets. The budgets were loaded by July 1. All of the presidents and vice presidents received notice from the finance office that the budgets were loaded and invited them to provide any information or questions that they might have about their budgets. That notice went out to the presidents and vice presidents on July 1 in the early afternoon. So if you have any further questions, I'm not quite sure what the concerns are, but if you have any further questions about the loading of the budgets, then please do let me know. We'll be glad to speak to them. And with that, I'll go to the Chancellor's report. I do know that since as of today, there have been some changes with regard to the report we were going to give to you on the international students. So I'd like to turn this portion over to Vice Chancellor Siri Brown and Director Thomas Torres-Gill to provide the board some information about the order as it relates to the international students. VC Brown.
Thank you, Chancellor, and good evening, Board of Trustees, colleagues, and community. Amidst very challenging times, I'm very happy, along with others, to announce that today, in the face of 8 federal lawsuits and complaints from numerous hundreds of universities and colleges around the country, that the July 6th Trump order that would have imposed ICE ramifications upon international students has been rescinded. And so we were today going to present what the Office of International Education was doing to assist and support students in the face of this July 6th ruling, but we're happy to report that the ruling has been rescinded. Although we're cautious because we don't know what else may come in the way of xenophobia in these times. So I do have the director of the Office of International Education, Director Thomas Torres-Gill here, who'd be happy to answer any questions. I do want to really say publicly that this office is run and led so tightly. I'm very proud of this office and how it functions. The entire team immediately jumped to action, called a forum with students, contacted every single student, just very proactive, very aware of the options that students could have, and had many meetings with administration. I also want to definitely thank our Peralta community because we received many ideas and support from faculty and staff and many concerns and outrages about the policy that was passed. So thank you to everyone for standing on our principles. And if the board has any questions, or actually, let me just let Thomas speak for just a moment. And then if you have any questions about our international students and the next steps, Thomas would be happy to answer.
Yes, good evening, board, chancellor, college presidents, and our Peralta community. We did receive that great news earlier this afternoon that DHS and ICE rescinded their policy guidance today. I do want to extend my thanks and gratitude to the chancellor, the college administrators, the VPIs, faculty and classified staff who did share, very creative, thoughtful, and helpful suggestions and ideas, as well as for being there for our students in their time of need through responding to them and redirecting them to our office. Also, Executive Director Mark Johnson for sending out today's newsletter about everything that has happened in this really long and short week. But of course, our international team who did a tremendous job stepping up and helping our students. So we'd be happy to take any questions. I'll try to answer those as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, VC Brown. Thank you, Director Torres-Gill. Trustee Bonilla, I'll go on to the college reports unless the board members have any specific questions about that component of the report.
We look like we do have some questions, so I'll go to Trustee Weinstein. Unmute yourself, please.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Brown, for reporting, and Chancellor. Standback Stroud for the work that you did, and Chancellor Oakley, who helped in the lawsuits. I think this has been a fast, ground up response that not only our administrators and our state people, I think were there 17 states, or I had read 17 states, but maybe there were 7, really responded quickly. And I think the students were right on it. And I'm very proud of what everybody has done, because it was a very strongly xenophobic attack. So the question that I have is, that I have not read yet, how the administration has responded. How did they pull back? What was their reasoning for pulling back? Does anybody know?
It was my understanding that prior to the hearing today, they agreed to remove the policy on their own. I think the writing was on the wall that this was a very capricious and callous policy that really hadn't gone through any forms or given notice to any universities.
Okay. All right. So okay. Thank you. Good work.
Thank you.
If there are no other trustees, Chancellor, you can continue.
All right, thank you. Next, I would like to go to the college reports, and I'll start with BCC. Dr. Garcia.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board, Chancellor Standback Stroud, my fellow colleagues, and our community participants. It gives me great pleasure to share just 3 highlights. I know that you have our reports that we provide with additional details. I want to first begin by welcoming Dr. Joya Chavrin, who is the Interim Dean for Science, Math, Business, and Applied Technology. Dr. Chavrin is not new to our district. She's held some work among the ranks of faculty and some program direction. We're thrilled to have her join the team to really focus our efforts as we continue to support students during this time. She will be in this interim assignment, though we're looking to go out for a full permanent hire in this fall semester. So I'm thrilled to welcome Dr. Joya Chavrin to our team. Second was that we did have a Berkeley City College town hall a little over a week and a half ago. It was well attended. We recorded it, sent it out to our campus community, and it's available on our website. Amidst these times, I think that it's incredibly important to share communication. There's so much work that's underway that's being done, and in the interest of transparency and really wanting to share the work, the ongoing, the updates as we receive information. And so I welcome all of you to visit our webpage, and I believe it's in the report so that you can see that recording. We addressed questions, and I did promise the campus community that I would follow up in writing with additional information for questions we did not have time to do. So I did submit a communication to the Berkeley City College community last week, Monday, following up with some of these points related to working conditions, remote distance learning, focus of the college, accreditation, but also really in the work that we want to do as a college around equity and racial justice. And so if I have screen sharing permission, Brenda, I'd like to share an announcement that was shared earlier this week. And in light of one of our comments here, this Friday, our Berkeley City College students are holding a space that is led by students for students. So this communication has been going out in the student network for the past week. They're calling it basically a community circle, a space to unapologetically share their thoughts on racial justice and dealing with the pandemic. It's being led by or supporting the students from the ranks of student services. And it's been a collaborative effort to really put our student leaders front and center to create space for students by students. And I look forward to learning and hearing what it is that students would like for us to know as a college community, as a district. And I will be sure to include the learnings of this opportunity with students in the next board report. It is available, and though it's promoted for Berkeley City College students, I'm sure and clear that it is available for student participation writ large. So I would welcome any students that see this, that are viewing this, to please join the Berkeley City College students for this space that is dedicated for students. And lastly, not prepared for this board report meeting, but probably the next, the Professional Development Committee, led by faculty and broad participation with classified professionals, making great strides for what will be our August 21st Flex Day. And again, a running theme is what it means for us as a college to truly engage and address issues of equity and racial justice. I look forward to sharing more news and details of that as our college community finalizes that for Flex Day in the fall. And with that, that concludes my comments for this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. May I go to now Dr. Don Miller, who is the acting president for the College of Alameda. Dr. Miller?
Yes, good evening, Dr. Stanback-Stroud. Good evening, trustees, district leadership, presidents, and classified college professionals, faculty, and other visitors. Our report for this evening focuses on just a few key points. As you may know, College of Alameda 3 days a week, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, has been serving approximately 2,600 meals weekly, as well as 230 produce boxes to the community on campus. This has infused more than $26,000 into local restaurants due to the partnership with Eat, Play, Learn, World Central Kitchen, and Chefs for America. So we're just excited to engage in this way. We've had student, faculty, staff, and administrators all participating in passing out these meals on a regular basis. So it's been an exciting endeavor to share with the community. We'd also like to give a shout out to all the faculty, staff, and administrators at COA who have continuously provided a high quality of service to students since the pandemic started. From early on, we had drop-in services online on campus through chat, counseling and other appointments, tutoring and library services online, admissions and records, financial aid staff, DSPS, academic division office staff and administrators and faculty, and so many other folks on campus have dedicated an incredible amount of time to equitable service to our students and meeting their direct needs. And amongst those, I'd like to especially highlight the amazing training work that's been done online by Professors Jennifer Fowler, our DE coordinator, and Professor Diana Bajrami, our DE committee co-chair, who along with distance education coaches have trained many faculty, staff, and students on how to do everything from work in Zoom to Canvas to how to effectively teach online. Professors Fowler and Bajrami are teaching 2 4-week seminars this summer on becoming a more effective online instructor at College of Alameda, and will have prepared more than 50 faculty to serve as online instructors for the fall. So my hat goes off to them, especially for the incredible amount of work that's been done in distance education in preparation for fall. And I also wanted to recognize the many faculty and other leaders that are continuing to meet, even in summer, to discuss needs for fall courses, especially those that are discussing courses that will have limited face-to-face meeting components, and the care that's being put into thought and discussions on those matters. So that concludes my report. Thank you for your support. And I would add one final note that we look forward to our future planning of town halls to continue discussions on racial and social justice issues that began a few weeks ago at COA. So those will be upcoming, and we'll make announcements when those are planned.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. May I have Dr. Rudy Besikoff, who's acting president for Laney College this week? Thank you.
Yes. Good evening, members of the board, chancellor, colleagues, and members of the community. It gives me great pleasure to offer this report this evening. I would like to begin by welcoming our acting dean of math and science, also Dr. Mateus Pouncil. He comes to Laney at a time when we actually, in terms of instructional deans, have been shorthanded for quite a while. And we certainly welcome him, especially with his background in terms of being an administrator really across the institution, having dean experience there, as well as a great background in diversity, equity, and social justice, and really feel that he's going to be adding to the Office of Instruction as he begins his time with us. I would like to provide you with 3 updates and really share the work that has been going on at Laney. First, as we address food insecurity as well. The number of meals we distribute per week has also been growing to 800, in addition to the 180 boxes of produce that have also been given to those in need. This work comes as the result of the efforts of our college, and specifically which began with a lot of the initiative taken by our former president, Dr. Tamil Gilkerson, the Peralta Colleges Foundation, and Jose Corona with the Eat, Play, Learn Foundation and the World Central Kitchen. Meals will continue to be offered to the community on Mondays and Wednesdays from noon to 2 p.m. on the Laney campus at the flagpole, thanks to the hard work of our food distribution team and volunteers led by Neil Bermenko, Laney's manager of food services. As Laney College continues to promote its fall schedule of classes to the community, I invite everyone to listen for our radio ads on 106.1 KMEL. Board members, you will find a link to the station's live feed in your packet, and it is one of many avenues Laney is using to get the word out about our fall classes. So staying on the spirit of promoting and spotlighting things, my final update concerns Laney's efforts with the online education initiative Career Pathways Grant. But before doing so, however, I want to recognize the following classified professionals, faculty members, and administrators for their outstanding efforts. These individuals include Karen Telligan, who has provided invaluable administrative support. Chelsea Cohen, our distance education coordinator, who's supported. Our outstanding public information officer, Lorena Baldazzo, who has provided her expertise. And then Professors Kim Glosson, Arturo Davila, Melissa McIlvain, and Susan Timroth Zavala, who have served as faculty leads, along with Professor Ian Latta, and being mindful of supporting students whose contributions in the area of tutoring will lead to more support for students. Providing leadership at the faculty and administrative levels are Professor Alta Erden Batar and Dr. Mark Fields, Laney's Dean of Humanities, Social Sciences, and Applied Technologies. Now you've heard something from me about this now, but to really get the picture, I'd like to share a short video with you.
To build, to maintain, and to sustain. It's a familiar mantra for Laney College's Green Construction Management program. And now, it's the guiding principle behind the college's broader Improving Online CTE Pathways initiative.
We're doing really good things with the IOP grant. We're preparing faculty to teach online and preparing them to structure their courses in a way that makes student success better. In other words, to improve the student experience. So we have better success rate and better overall success with the online classes.
Student academic success is really rooted in traditionally what happens in the classroom. And the challenges have been really thinking through each of the rubrics in terms of how do you meet those requirements.
The Laney team identified 4 programs for online conversion, starting with the new 16-unit Certificate of Achievement in Sustainable Building through the Construction Management Program. With the OEI course design rubric and the Peralta District Online Equity rubric providing a structure for course alignment, Laney continued to look into the future, beginning conversion work for online courses in business management and supervision, legal community interpreting, and English to speakers of other languages.
A lot of our students with their English limitations might be in entry-level jobs. And as they're learning more English, they still might not be ready to take the leap for like a certificate or even an AA degree. So the idea is to help build a bridge for them so that when they do decide to take these courses, they'll feel confident.
I believe these online classes is providing them the opportunity to improve their communication skills. They also have an opportunity to enhance their technical or computer skills. So a lot of skills that are needed or required in their particular industry are skills they're able to develop or enhance online.
Progress has been steady, with all 4 identified CTE programs taking bold steps to full online conversion. The business department forged critical partnerships with Alameda County, East Bay Municipal Utility Districts, and Union Bank to deliver unique online pathways to jobs. Meanwhile, ESOL bolstered its efforts to bridge online courses with real-world careers, laying the foundation for online courses in job search vocabulary and business management.
We're putting the content and the concepts into the course while at the same time checking everything off against those 2 rubrics to make sure that there is alignment. There's constant interaction back and forth and checking that the faculty members are checked in with student progress, that the students feel connected even though they're in an online environment.
Students will have a better experience in the class, and the information will get to the students, and you'll have better student success.
And for Laney College, sustained student success is what it's all about.
So as a postscript, I will share that this grant came at a critical time.
Soon, students of all backgrounds and abilities will be able to enjoy the convenience of online career education without.
Thank you for your patience. As a postscript, I'll share that this grant came at a critical time for our college and community college systems, the community college system in California, as our transition to online course offerings was accelerated due to the pandemic, as everybody knows. As such, colleges throughout the state were allowed to leverage resources to provide professional development, not only for the career education faculty involved with the grant, but also to other faculty members who were forced to this transition to distance learning, many for the first time. As we move to further sustain professional development at Laney as it relates to online pedagogy, I would like to thank Chelsea Cohen, Laura Espino, Susan Timroth Zavala, Melissa McIlvain, Shirley Brown Fox, and Amy Borquez for providing the coordination, coaching, and teaching that has taken place over the last 2.5 months. And it would be an understatement to call it outstanding. As you can see, it is very much a team effort here at Laney College. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Bisikoff. That leaves me with Dr. David Johnson, bringing on home with Merritt College.
Right, I'm getting teased offline that I'm the closer tonight. So I'll just say good evening to everyone in attendance. It's good to see your faces, and it's a blessing to have you here. So it's been a little while since we've chatted, so I need to kind of bring folks up to speed. On Sunday, June 21st, Merritt College began what we hope, or maybe I should say pray, and we pray will be an ongoing relationship with Allen Temple Baptist Church. The Reverend Dr. Jacqueline Thompson, who is affectionately known as Pastor Jackie, and her church, they held their outdoor service, Sunday morning service, in the Merritt College parking lot D. And after the church was able to set up their staging and speakers and social distancing protocols, the congregants enjoyed a day of music, positive energy, and healing. And we look forward to having them back for another Sunday service soon. On June 24th, our VPSS, Dr. Lilia Chavez, had the opportunity to serve as a panelist at the Educational Success for High School Students Amidst This Pandemic workshop, a mouthful. But the event was basically open to all high school students. It's based in Oakland and was facilitated by Dr. Cesar Cruz, who is a Harvard PhD and the founders of the Homies Empowerment Center in East Oakland. And Dr. Chavez focused her remarks on the importance of personal healing and the transformative power of education. So we're looking forward to continued partnership with Dr. Cruz. Also proud to announce that on June 25th, one of our CIS faculty members, Kalia Young, released a new book titled The Domains of Identity, a framework for understanding identity systems in contemporary society. Every time I read that title, I feel smarter. It's heavy. She's a heavyweight. This research was built on the synthesis of over 900 academic articles, addresses the challenges of identity management that involve interactions of almost all people in nearly all institutional and organizational contexts. She's one of the world's leading experts on decentralized or self-sovereign identity technology, and we are honored to count her among our faculty. Finally, on Saturday, June 27th, our Sankofa Umoja program manager, Tahita Anderson, she represented Merritt College at the Deep East Oakland March and Rally for Black Lives Matter. The march began on the corner of 73rd and Foothill at the Black Cultural Zone site and proceeded down, I'm from Oakland, I don't say international, proceeded down East 14th and ended up at the Wilkins Memorial Park on 98th and B, where the Black Joy celebration began. Some of the activities that she participated in, art exhibits, there was a COVID-19 educational workshop, free catered meals, produce box giveaway, and a car club show. The interesting thing that Ms. Anderson reported back is that even though this was, again, maybe 3 miles from Merritt's campus, that there were 200 to 300 community members she came across, age 16 to 30, that had really still had no idea that Merritt College was in their community. So it really represented an amazing opportunity to make them aware of all the amazing degrees, certificates, and CTE programs that they can avail themselves of. So a happy day with that, and I will end my comments. Right there.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. And Trustee Bonilla, with that fine report from all of the presidents, I would like to say that my Chancellor's update is concluded.
Thank you so much, Chancellor. Chancellor, this takes us into 3.1, which is consider review of the Peralta Community College District 2020-2021 tentative budget under Resolution 19/20-67. And before we begin, I want to make sure that that we, the Board of Trustees, do not receive a full presentation, as this particular item was meant to be in the form of an interactive engagement with trustees. So I did note that there is a 30-page or a 30-slide presentation that the board is not ready to receive, as much of that information has been shared with us. So if we can get a 5-minute or less high-level overview to allow then for the trustees to engage in a deeper dialogue that they have been patiently waiting for on this particular item, that would be much appreciated.
Yes, thank you, Trustee Bonilla. Actually, we provided that information in many of the slides you've seen before, and I'm going to ask VC Walter to focus on a couple of things. One of the things was the last time we had this on the board agenda in June, the board asked us to bring it back with some information about now that the budget agreement has been made between the governor and the legislature, and to incorporate those changes. And so one of the things that I asked VC Walters to do is to do so, but also it might be important to highlight the differences in the assumptions, as well as there's another side-by-side comparison slide that you may want to highlight, just simply because that's the specific thing you asked for. And this is for the purposes of a discussion. We are not asking the board to take any action, but we did want to follow up with the board's request that we come back and give the board an idea of how the now agreed upon budget language would impact Peralta Community College District. VC Walter.
Thank you so much, Chancellor.
Thank you, Chancellor. President Bonilla, Board of Trustees, and colleagues, as well as community members, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I would like to ask that people do read the slides, because there's information in them that give an overview of what's happened since May 14th. They also give an overview of some of the participatory governance dates and timelines that we've been following. And so that might be, that might be instructive for people to have. And I would also like to bring the attention to the staff who have worked on this project, if you will. They've been very committed and dedicated, many of them staying up, as I've said before, overnight to make these changes. And those folks really are to be commended. And that would be Executive Fiscal Director Adil Ahmed, Andrea Stokes, who is our is our facilities coordinator, and Richard Fieria, who's our Executive Administrative Assistant. And then the only other thing I would like to add before I start talking about what's different is that the tentative budget is basically a document that the district uses to continue its operations until the final budget is approved. And so there's opportunity for change and feedback between now and the date that we actually adopt the budget. And there are a number of resources that are available should anyone like to have them, but this really falls under Article 13B of the California Constitution. So with that having been said, Chancellor, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen of that one page in the actual budget book that has the comparisons between May 14th and now. And I also, before I do that, I would like to reiterate, if it's okay with everyone, that this is a draft tentative budget. So there are still changes that need to be made and additions that will come. So, all right. So let me see if I can do this. Can you all see this screen that has tentative budget assumptions?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason I'm asking is because often I see it and nobody else sees it. So it doesn't really help to talk to myself. All right. So briefly, because we are, moving forward with just an overview, you can see here that one of the main differences is that our fund balance, our beginning fund balance, is a little higher than we expected with the governor's May revised compared to the signed budget. We have the same assumptions about how we'll go forward with completing the budget process, so that's there. The biggest difference is these changes from the May revise to the signed budget. And as I mentioned to you before in one of my presentations, the governor's budget, his May revised budget, was based on a number of cuts, whereas the signed budget act is based on a number of deferrals. And so rather than having to think about a $9.6 million decrease, we don't have a decrease there from our Prop 98. We don't have a decrease in our strong workforce. And I don't know about you, but I'm very happy about this. We don't have a decrease in our Student Equity and Achievement Program. We have no decrease in our Cal grants, no decrease in our TANF. They eliminated the need for, allocating $2.1 million for Peralta for offsetting property taxes. We don't have a decrease in the food pantries. We have an increase in our Prop 98 general fund to provide legal services for immigrant communities, and so that results in $100,000 for Peralta. We don't have a decrease in our part-time faculty office hours. That's really good news. We do continue forward with the governor's proposal of a textbook decrease in funds, so that stays the same. We don't have a decrease in our dual enrollment, so we do not have a $11.6 million total decrease that was anticipated at the May Revise, and which really caused us to have to bring folks together in the shared and participatory governance groups to think about how we would manage this. So when we have our final budget, we'll have the total amount of what's been received and so on. What was not included in the May 14th revise from the governor was this COVID-19 block grant for Peralta, which would be 1.8 million. So that increases our revenue. And we did not have the increase of this grant delivery system, which will equate to $100,000 for Peralta. So overall, the actual budget looks really good, except for this section, which did not change, and this is the deferrals. Deferrals means that our budget has not been cut, of course, but it means that funds will not be forthcoming in the manner in which we are used to. So that was going to impact our cash flow. And I've talked about this in the slide presentation that I have for you. If you want to refer to the slides, let me give you the number. It'll be slides 16 and 17, so you can see what those deferrals are and how they're going to impact us. So what that means for our district is that we have to think about if we want to avail ourselves of any type of short-term funding streams. And as you probably know, those are sometimes called tax and revenue anticipation notes, but we have not made any inroads or decisions about that because we want to see how things materialize, partly because there's anticipated to be an August revise, which may or may not happen because I am informed that some of the folks in Sacramento have been testing positive for the COVID-19 virus. So they may or may not be meeting in session. And if they do, it would be delayed. So that could impact whether or not we have an August revise. Nevertheless, there are some options outside of trans that we can look at for looking at our deferrals. And if we get to that, and if we want to have a conversation about that, I'm happy to do so. But the Community College League and California Debt and Investment Advisory Commission are looking at ways to help. There's also what they call hardship funds that districts can apply for through the Department of Finance. There's some stipulations and requirements and timing that are needed in order to apply for those funds. So those are available to us. So the deferrals are the big deal. Those are the things that we need to be mindful of and keep our eye on. Our expenditure assumptions did not change. We're increasing, our step and column salary increases are 1.2 million. That did not change. Our public employee retirement system contributions increased by 261,000. The state teachers retirement employer contribution decreased by 335,730. Our DSP&S contribution stayed the same. Our OPEB debt liability payment for the bond program stayed the same. Irrevocable trust contribution stayed the same. And you can read this at your leisure. But really nothing in our expenditure side changed. So that is positive for us. I've put in some discussion here about the parcel tax and how those funds are allocated, and based on plans that have to be presented to the board in October through the college presidents. So, Chancellor, that is a very high level overview of what's different from the May revise.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Bonilla.
First, unmute myself so you can hear me. Okay, you can open up for discussion. And I'll go to Trustee Withrow. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I just couldn't see if there were hands being raised. So now that we're not doing screen share. But Trustee Withrow, please.
I do understand that we're looking at this in a macro sense. So I don't want to get down to individual items within the budget. But it seemed to me that the utility costs went up when, at least for the first semester, we're going to have virtual education, online education, as opposed to face-to-face. And it just is a standard whatever. It would seem to me our costs of gas and electricity and water should go down. Does that make sense?
It's a very good question. And I can check into that and let you know.
Okay.
I don't have a direct answer for that right off the top of my head.
Okay. And when you talk about the deferral thing, that this is something that's concerned to a lot of us. You talk about tax anticipation notes. Is this what you're looking at?
They're called
you got to have the cash flow. The cash doesn't come in. In my experiences in the past has been that when they said deferred as of a date, some of them lasted another year beyond because the state didn't have the money.
Trustee, you're so right about that, and I'm so glad you brought that up because, if the district and the board and the chancellor, so on, want to go forward with a tax and revenue anticipation note, there are stipulations about, how that gets paid back, and so we do have to be very careful about what that looks like, especially when it could be that the anticipation of the payback from the state doesn't materialize. So that is a really good point to bring up.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's all I have at this point. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Withrow. And trustees, you can either raise your hand or I can call out on you. So while trustees are thinking about that, VC Walter, thank you for that high-level overview. I really appreciate the side-by-side comparison. I also have a follow-up question on the CARES Act. Earlier, when the distribution was being discussed, we received information through a number of different sources, including news articles on the Ed Journal, that Peralta was a recipient by way of the colleges of $7.1 million. But I don't see that referenced in our assumptions in the budget book. Can you speak a little bit to that?
Thank you, Trustee Bonilla. And the district, through the colleges, received approximately $7.7 million in CARES funds. And you're correct that those are not shown here in the revenue assumptions from the tentative from the governor's May revised to the signed budget, because these comparisons are only about the state revenue. So if the technical location for CARES funds is in a grant fund, so it doesn't show up in general fund.
Okay, and thank you for clarifying that. So under what grant fund would we see this?
That would be in a Fund 12.
So in Fund 12, will we then see some sort of, how will we monitor or manage the 50% rule that was applied to the $7.1 million? Because we know that there was a 50% of those funds must be spent directly on students. Mm-hmm. And so how is that managed?
Well, the federal, the government requires that there be reporting on a frequency for the different aspects of the funds. So those reports would need to be going forward based on the distributions that we received. So we haven't begun doing any reporting on that just yet. But I can definitely, check into that and get some feedback for folks, some specifics, because at this moment I don't have it at the top of my mind.
Okay. And just as a follow-up to that, in the side-by-side comparison that you gave us, it did refer to CARES Act, but it referred to $1.8 million. And how does that differ from the $7.7 million?
So that's a different pot, and that is, it's the block grant that's coming from the community college, the chancellor's office.
The chancellor's office, okay.
It's a separate pot of money. And I think at the risk of being too forward or too detailed, community college districts were asked several months ago if we would be willing to share with the chancellor's office the expenses that we felt were going to be impacting us through the COVID-19 pandemic. And they ranged from everything from, computers to, PP&E. And so we all submitted the information. And so I think this is the way that they're coming back with those dollars, and they're allocating it based on FTES through the districts. So it's a different pot of money, and it's part of the Prop 98 general fund, which is great.
Okay, and then one last piece before I move on. I normally don't go through the budget book and look at any of the detailed numbers, because it just looks like a matrix to me. So I really do pay attention to the assumptions and written portions at a much higher level. So I appreciate the side-by-side comparison, because that really does go into the details of the assumptions. But as I was flipping through and looking at the revenue, because I was actually looking for CARES Act dollars, because I wasn't sure where they were falling in, I came across an interesting number that I'm hoping you can help me understand a little bit better. It's in the budget book on page 28. So okay. It's part of revenue. It's referenced as ST drop fees, which I think it's student drop fees. And for the previous years, 18-19, 19-20, and 19-20 estimated actuals, the numbers are pretty fluid, 3,200, 5,000, 5,000. And then for 2021, it jumps to 55,000. And it just caught my eye. For no particular reason, I don't know why I focused on that particular number, but it did jump out to me, and I thought it was an unusual increase, and I didn't know if that was. So I'm just asking if you could help understand, and if not today, for sure to go back and look at that and let us know why that's the case.
Sure, I'll go take a look at that. I see that's line 8895 that you're referring to on page 28.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to my trusted trustees. And I will just start choosing because they're being so coy. So Trustee Handy, any questions?
No.
Thank you. Trustee Gonzalez?
Thank you. Actually, I have a number of questions, and some of them are substantive, some of them are procedural. I want to start with an issue that was raised by President Schnosky from the PFT, and just trying to understand what happened here. She notes that the district office budget increased, college level budgets decreased. From a high level perspective, can we understand why that is the case?
Well, first of all, I would like to say that that's a question that would need to be reviewed. I'm not sure that the statement in terms of how the budget is presented is something that I can answer right off the top of my head. What I can tell you is that the way the current budget allocation model works is that we have all of our total compensation revenue that comes from, the state, and then we add in all the other revenues that we receive from lottery and other lines, and that gives us our total revenue. And from that revenue, we remove the district-wide costs, and then we have what's left, which is our applicable revenues, which this is on page 17, which brings us to $131,880,503. And from that number, all of the part-time and all the full-time faculty salary and benefits is removed. So that leaves $78,538,505 to allocate to other areas in the district. So if the question is, can we have an analysis of the relative percentages between the different areas? Absolutely, we can do that. And so that makes it a little bit more explicit, which I'll agree that the format of this particular budget book doesn't really lend itself to looking at percentages right away. So if that would be open, if you'd be open to that, then we can come back to you with that.
So just so that I can understand, I think the first part of your response was, and I'm not quite clear about this, but the first part of your response was that you weren't sure that the premise was correct?
Well, I think
the statement initially was that at the college level, budgets decreased. At the district office, budgets stayed flat or increased, particularly the chancellor's office and legal. And then you started by saying, I wasn't quite sure whether what you were saying was, well, I don't know whether I can answer that question or whether the premise of the question is accurate. I didn't quite understand the gist of your response.
So the answer is, to your query about my question's response, is yes. I am not sure if the premise is correct, because I don't know that I am able to speak to the premise as it's been presented.
Well, let me ask you to clarify that the basic premise. Is it the case, when we look at district office expenditures, the district office expenditures have not followed the same downward path that college expenditures have followed. Is that the case, or is that not the case?
I would say to you that based on the statement that the speaker put forth in comparison to last year's budget and what's being presented here as a tentative budget, that cannot be answered at this moment. That's what I would say.
Okay, and why can't, maybe you can help me understand, why can't we answer that question?
Well, first of all, it would be the fact that I don't know what numbers she's speaking of in particular.
Well, I'm not referencing her numbers. I'm referencing the numbers that you, as the chief budget officer, would characterize. If you look at the overall budget within the district,
mm-hmm.
you look at where the dollars flow,
mm-hmm.
I think we understand that classes are being cut, sections are being cut. We're trying to increase what is sometimes referred to as productivity. We've got decreasing revenue because we've got declining FTES and et cetera. So I think we understand that college level budgets are decreasing. I think we understand that we're probably going to need to make some decreases at the college level. Is that an accurate first assumption?
Well, I think if you consider where we are with our faculty obligation number and where we are with the SCIF cliff that's coming, which is also in the presentation as well as in the tentative budget book that you have before you,
yes.
We need to be thinking about how we're going to manage that. And so the reduction, sorry, I shouldn't say reduction, the alignment of the faculty obligation number with the actual faculty that we employ relative to our FTES really does need to be addressed. And it needs to be addressed in a way that is ongoing and not sort of a one-time fix.
Okay. So we understand that if we're going to keep a balanced budget, we're going to need to make some reductions. And then, the basic first question that I had is it an accurate characterization that yes, college level budgets are decreasing? I think you're saying yes, but I can't quite tell because I think you keep coming back and saying, well, we can't really answer that question.
Well,
but is that in fact the case?
Right. So I'm a little bit hesitant to answer your question in this particular frame because, it depends. So, there are questions that she's raised, the speaker raised, that may or may not be accurate. And so when you look at our budget, and that's why I wanted to go back to the way that the budget is allocated, a large percentage of the budget is allocated towards faculty. And so the way that the budget allocation model works right now is all of the faculty costs for part-time and full-time are taken off of what's called the top. And then what's left is allocated to the colleges, so into the central services and so on of the district. So it may be a little bit of a misnomer to say it in such a fashion. And so one of the things we are doing as part of the a task force of the Planning and Budget Council is to really get in there and revise that budget allocation model so that it actually looks to make the allocations to the colleges and takes the SCIF and other factors into consideration. So, I don't mean to be elusive, but I also recognize that we're in a situation where we're having a dialogue, and I want to be really careful about what I say in terms of accuracy. Okay. Yeah.
Let me shift then and just kind of, I think like President Bonilla, that following the particular line items is challenging. There are a lot of numbers in the budget, and I'll leave it to the real budget experts to really dig in and follow it, because I think it's easy to hide money in a budget, If you don't, if you know where to look, you can find it. If you don't know where to look, you don't find it, etc. And it really takes digging in to a budget to really understand, well, did money get moved from one fund to another? Is it hidden? Where are we really spending money? Here's I think now the value of the 10+1 authority that the academic senates have in regard to budget planning processes and the real value of shared governance in general. I think probably most of us would agree that when we gather information from the people who are most directly affected by budget spending, students, faculty, staff, that when we gather that information, we understand the impacts at a very human level. And so including the perspectives of people who are most directly affected is critical. Now, I want to back up and then say there's a role then for people who are planning at your level. You're not in the classroom seeing the way that, you know, books and supplies or dry erase pens or whatever it is aren't provided, but you have a different perspective. You're able to back up and say, all right, I'm looking at a bigger perspective and I'm able to balance from a policy perspective. And so both of these are critical roles, right? I think everybody acknowledges that. Here's what I'm hearing though from some of the key academic Senate leaders. So the co-chair of the Planning and Budget Committee resigns and says, I don't have faith in the process. We have a budget planning person up at Merritt College who resigned and said, I don't have faith in the process. And the president of the academic senate for the district very politely basically said, you know, this was really challenging. We did not have adequate time. We understand that there are exigencies that make last minute decisions difficult, but basically we really weren't satisfied with this process. And here's where I'm going with this. It seems to me that I, as a trustee, I'm never going to understand the nitty-gritty of every line item. And that's why I trust the leadership of the district. If the academic senate leadership comes and says, we have a problem, and our problem is so significant that I'm going to resign because I have no faith in this process. I don't think it's that they're just trying to be difficult. I think that they're actually spending, in many cases, hundreds of hours trying to participate in decision making. When I hear that the president of the Laney College Academic Senate has resigned in frustration, and when I hear the president of the district academic senate very mildly say, we have a problem, I think it's incumbent upon us as a board to look at our policies and say, well, we have an obligation as a board to ensure that the shared governance processes and inputs, in fact, are not just honored at the minimal level, but are really honored at the highest level so that we're not fighting. There should be broad agreement within the district that says, yeah, this is going to be painful. We all participated in these processes, and you know, none of us were happy, but we accept the outcome. And what I'm wondering is, what will it take for this district to get to the place where we put in the resources to train and support and build the morale among the people on the ground to work with the administration to come up with budgets that everybody can say, yes, that was fair. Yes, that was hard, but everybody had a legitimate input. What will it take for us to get there? Because frankly, I'm not an expert enough to be able to say whether this was correct or not, whether that line item should be higher or lower, whether the district spending was higher or lower given the situation. So I'm wondering, you know, from your perspective, what do you think it would take to have full buy-in from the faculty, staff, and students all to say, yeah, we participated, it worked, it wasn't great, it was going to be hard, but at the end of the day, we go along with this.
Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez. I'm going to go ahead and turn that over to the Chancellor.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. First of all,
Vice Chancellor Walter, I want to thank you for the tremendous amount of work that you did in order to get this information to the board, in order to make sure that the information was out on the forums, to get it to the committees that needed to get it to get it to the May Revision Task Force as well. Trustee Gonzalez, when you ask what will it take, first of all, let me just answer. I think that Vice Chancellor Walter is exactly right. She's willing to go back and look at the questions that you posed, specifically about the increases or decreases and what causes that. And one of the things that she really has tried to do is implement some budget hygiene. And what you may see is increases or decreases because, for an example, in the past, Peralta had a practice of not budgeting the amount of money that was necessary for certain things. So though the utilities have to be paid, the light bill has to be paid, it wasn't necessarily budgeted. And then what you see now is with this implementation of fiscal hygiene to try to actually budget what is needed in order to carry out things, you may see changes. The second thing is that you may see some changes as a result of movement. So for an example, it used to be that the utilities were at each of the colleges, been now pooled to the district in order to make sure that they are paid. So you'll see that change in the money going from the college to the district. The third thing is you asked about the changes when you have increases in legal, going to legal and to the chancellor's office. The amount of things that are in the chancellor's office are no different than they were before. You see changes as a result of changes in steps and columns and those types of things. And then in terms of the legal, that depends on what goes on in this district, the litigation that we deal with, the settlements that take place, the results that take place. And what we can do in order to make that different is to change the actual occurrences of litigation and legal liability that is in this district. When you ask what will it take, the reality is that this is part of when you look at the part of the process, the May Revise comes out, we responded immediately. The Planning and Budget Committee has been meeting all year and has had all year in order to also create a tentative budget, but they could not do that without knowing what was going to come out with the May Revise. So I don't fault them for not doing that. When it did come out, immediately the information was given. Within the next couple of days, the information was put out, the committees were convened. The frustration over the short amount of time that people have to respond, guess what? We're frustrated too, because that May Revise, when it comes out, we had to respond quickly. And then when the governors and the legislature came to agreement, again, we responded quickly. And as a matter of fact, to meet the board agenda items, by the time we met the board agenda item deadline, the legislator and the governor come to some different agreements, and you asked us to go back and look at that. Then it's at a time that this is in the summer. So right, the speakers are absolutely right. The committees don't meet during the summer, but I instructed VC VC Walters, another W. I instructed her to err on the side of sharing the information and transparency. I instructed her to carry out forums. I instructed her to convene a set of people in the meetings of the previous PBC. I instructed her to take it to the May Revision Task Force so that we would err on the side of inclusion and feeling and getting this information. So what would it take? It takes an understanding of the process. It takes making sure that you are not allowing for statements to be stood up at the podium and made and not fact checked. Indeed, it takes, it's going to take the support of this board and in supporting this administration and its processes to try to get you the best budget that it would take, that we could possibly get to you. So it's going to take a lot of things, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we would expect to have to stand and defend ourselves against the allegations of PFT. And then finally, what I want to say is that the chair of the committee attended the meetings and went all the way into the end of the very last committee meeting. So if he resigned, he resigned a little bit before the end of the last meeting, to my knowledge, and those reflected in the minutes.
I'd like to just follow up here real briefly, because I think maybe part of the challenge here is that we need a shift in basic attitude. And it's something like this. I think when people have difficulty with processes and outcomes at the district, we need to figure out, how do we establish a tone of greater respect? And how do we establish a tone of de-escalation of conflict? I think when people stand up at a podium and they express frustration, it's not that people enjoy doing that. It's that they feel frustrated. Now, if every year we hit the May revise and we go, oh my God, the May revise, we've got 4 days. Well, maybe what we need to do is build processes that deal with the fact that we're going to have the May revise. Maybe we need to build processes that deal with the fact that over the summer, we've got some people who are not on contract and we've got others who are. We can't expect some people to work being compensated and other people not to work being compensated. I think if we establish a baseline expectation that we have adults with goodwill who are dedicated to this district, in many cases have spent decades in the trenches of this district. If we can honor that and we can really start from the get-go to reorder the processes, I think that would be very helpful. And so I personally would welcome a proposal from the Academic Senate on budget processes. As a primary reliance district, if the Academic Senate comes to us with a recommendation for budget processes, we're supposed to accept that. We're supposed primarily to rely on it, unless there's some outrageous reason we wouldn't. So I really would invite the administration to work hand in glove with our shared governance partners to come to some agreement, because I don't think people are trying to be upset or trying to be obstructive. I think people are really trying to make it work. Otherwise, they'd have resigned, or they'd just stayed in their classroom and said, hell, I'm not going to bother participating. It's a lot easier just to stay in your classroom. So I'd really like to see a shift in attitude. Thank you.
Trustee Gonzalez, thank you for those comments. I have Trustee Reese and then Trustee Brown in the queue.
Okay, I wanted to go last because I had a few questions, but I'll go now because we've spent a bit of time on this. The questions and the questions that I have that you can explain, Dr. Walter, are the same questions that I had for the original budget that you had put forth. They remain the same. So on pages 15 and 17, this one, the first question is regarding OPEB. On pages 15 and 17, you have there the OPEB debt service payment of $5.3 million, right? And then we also have the contribution to the new irrevocable trust for $250. I think that might be on your grid up above. Yeah, I see it right there. So got that. Okay. And that is reflected. These expenditure assumptions are reflected in the budget, the numbers in the budget. Is a question.
Are you asking me or are you stating that?
I'm asking you. I'm waiting for confirmation.
They are.
Okay. So my question then is, what is our OPEB payment for principal and interest for 2021?
The total OPEB payment is $16.6 million.
Okay. Where is that?
Those are broken up between different funds. If you look at the OPEB summary, you can find that there.
Okay, so I did go to the OPEB summary, and we can go to that page, which I believe is 118. And if we go to page 118 on the budget book, because that's what you're referring to, right? So if we go to Fund 69, what we see there is not 16 million.
Well, let me get to where you are. Okay. What page did you say? I have to
get to that page 118.
19.
I don't like having to scroll. It's not the same as having the pages that you can just flip to. Sorry about that. I'm doing the same thing you are. Okay, let's go to 118. Is that right? Okay.
Okay, so the thing about the OPEB funds is that there are several different funds.
Mm-hmm.
There's Fund 69, which is what you're referring to here.
Mm-hmm.
There's Trust Fund 1,
mm-hmm.
and then there's the General Fund.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're seeing here is the amount that's going to be coming from Fund 69 or our General Fund. Trust Fund 1 is not shown here because that's not a district budget.
Mm-hmm.
That's part of the retirement board.
Okay, so there's a good large portion of the amount that's coming from Fund 1, which is the retirement board?
No. 5.3 million is coming from fund, it's called Trust 1 or Fund.
Oh, I meant Trust 1, I'm sorry. Trust
yeah, that's
1.
Okay. Fund 94. So that's 5.3 million.
Okay. And then
so Fund 69 is, Fund 69 is a portion of the debt service payment that you see here, which is the OPEB Reserve Fund. And this fund is built on contributions from current employees, 7.5%.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you go up back to the tentative, to the beginning, let me get the page for you. The other 5.3 million is coming from the general fund.
Okay, so let's go to the next page for this particular fund, which is 119. So you've got $6 million under legal for Fund 69. And that is not the same as principal and interest, which is our $16 million payment.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to get to your page. You're
It's
on
the
page
next
119.
page where you were. It's 119, exactly where you were, except the next page. It's the detail for Fund 69.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's right here. Yeah. So you've got allocate line number 5103, which is $6 million for legal.
Yeah,
and
that
legal is.
Yeah, I think that might be. If you look at that, you can see that these are some things that need to be corrected here.
That needs to be corrected.
Yeah.
Let's please correct that. And what I would also suggest is, because this happened to us last time, where we approved a tentative budget and it didn't have a $14 million payment, and then we were scrambling when we when we were adopting the budget because that $14 million payment was not there, and we had to figure out how to pay the $14 million. So you may know that it's $16 million that we owe for principal and interest, but it is not in the expenditure assumptions. And we need to know as trustees, but the public needs to know that we have a $16 million principal and interest OPEB payment that must be in the expenditures. And I think for ease of access and for ease of clarity, it would be good for there to be precise locations as to where that $16 million will be coming from, so that we're not that first of all, that we know that it's $16 million that's going to be paid, and secondly, that we know where it's coming from. And I know that Trust 1 and Fund 1, that's confusing, but I think that it's just good for us to know in terms of that practice. So $60 million will be in the expenditures. I think that's
16, not 16.
I know, 16 million. Yeah, $16 million, which is really huge. Yes, it's actually 15,993. Yeah. So that's one revision that we certainly have to do. I think the second question that I have has to do with the parcel tax. So let's go to 83 and 92. So you have in your revenue assumptions 8.1 for the parcel tax, which is the new parcel tax, right? But we also have $1 million from the old parcel tax as well. So you've got parcel tax B and you've got parcel tax E. And if we look at page 83, is this page 83? Is this 83? Yeah, okay. If we look at page 83 here, so this is the, okay. We have here, again, I've got to tell you, and I understand that every district has their own version of book supplies and services, and a lot of people have different ways of referring to such a line item. But book supplies and services, yet again, like the OPEB 69 fund as a category, has $7.5 million allocated to it in this particular parcel tax. And I think we all know what the specific language of the parcel tax is in terms of what the monies can be used for. And if we look at, let's go to page 93 or 92 rather. So right now, just so that we're clear on this page, book supplies and services is where 7.5 of the $8.1 million that the voters voted on to give us an $8 million per year parcel tax amount. We have 7.5 under book supplies and services. If we go to page 92, which is the old parcel tax that we're using the remaining portion of, okay, measure B. So we have left in that $1,048,000. And now for a second, I just want us to sit here. So you've got $1 million that is again allocated to book supplies and services. So we've got now $9 million that is in book supplies and services. And if we look at the previous historical years, and we can go all the way back to the beginning of this, the way that the amounts are allocated respond to the voters' language, to the ballot language, in terms of other faculty, in terms of part-time academic. And if we look at the 6.7 for part-time academic, 2.4 for other faculty, 1.8 for part-time academic, I think what was a bit in question for a while is the fringe benefits for 2.2, but there's still a large portion of that yearly allocation that is responding to the specific language of the parcel tax. This year, 2021, both in E as well as B, our amounts are in books, supplies, and services. And I know that, quote unquote, it's considered a placeholder, but this, like all of our other public monies, but specifically, this is a parcel tax. We need to ensure that the placeholder is something that's a bit more, again, responsive to the language of the particular parcel tax. So again, that's something that we're going to need to revise. And then let's move on to.
Could I respond?
Trustee,
yes.
Yeah, Trustee Reese, can you let BC Walter respond?
Absolutely,
Yeah,
for
thank
sure.
you.
Okay, so books, supplies, and services is detailed in the subsequent pages. That shows the different budget codes. So the 4100s through the 5800s details out exactly what is considered books, supplies, and services. That's true for both the Measure B and Measure E. so that it's clear what those funds are being used for.
Right.
And then if you take a look at the other line items, everything from instructors to counselors to nurses, all of those are explained, they're set forth by their top code. So it isn't, I just want to be careful about and be mindful about how we summarize books, supplies, and services, because it's considered to be quote unquote discretionary.
Mm-hmm.
So it's put together in a category like that. That's all that is.
Right.
And the same thing is true for the measure E in the way that that's outlined.
Right. And my rebuttal to that, my slight response to that would be, if we think about the historical markings, and we were in different years using 75% for the part-time academic and the full-time, and then 90% one year of the 8 million in part-time and full-time, then I think that the historical ways of using those funds make it hard to look at. And I know books, supplies, and services has many different numbers and many different subcategories underneath it, but it's hard to justify the lump sum of 7.4, 7.5 in that particular category, when if we look at the historical years have actually allocated specifically for part-time academic. I think that's a large part of it, and some full-time, and counselors, but not all book, supplies, and services. So I think that that's something that we need to be mindful of, specifically because, again, it's a parcel tax, and we need to be very transparent. We need to be very intentional, and we need to be very clear to the voters. And then the other question that I had was on page 23. If you could go with me to page 23. Takes me a while to get there. I'm on 126 right now. Okay, 23. Okay. Wonderful pies. I love the wonderful pies. Okay.
You love I'm sorry, the what?
I love the wonderful pies. The color, the pies, it just makes it
okay.
when you're looking at data and numbers. Okay, so as we're looking at this right here, we're looking at all funds, right? All funds for the most part. Okay, so we've got our all funds revenues, 235.3 million. And then underneath, we've got all funds expenditures, 233.4 million. So that's good, because our revenues and our expenditures are for the most part within good amounts of one another. If we go to page 22, which is where I think this pie chart is originating from. Right? So again, up at the categories, it says all funds 231.3, all funds expenditures 231.1. But if you look at the actual amounts, we've got quite a degree of difference of about $12 million of a deficit.
Yeah, I think those are typos. They need to be updated, because again, this is a draft budget, so a draft tentative budget. So you're correct.
Okay, but what I will say though, that is that the pie chart has the same exact numbers. So this is, again, if it is a typo and the numbers are incorrect, then I'm glad we're looking at this, because that's huge. So it's not just a typo in the data, but the pie chart also has the exact same data, and the totals at the very bottom are.
Yeah, I take your point, and I think because people were trying to hurry to get this done, this didn't necessarily get updated, as you'll see. The previous tentative budget figures, and so for revenues and expenses. So that's a good point.
Okay, I'll be looking forward to some of the revisions.
Okay.
And I think that's it that's my
Thank you. I actually have, thank you, Trustee Reese. I have Trustee Brown and then Trustee Withrow.
Thank you, Trustee Bonilla, and thank you to PC Walters for the report. I did have a question regarding the, well, the first question I'd like to really ask about is the skiff cliff. And I had asked this question at the last meeting because I was concerned about the reduction in apportionment dollars related to the student-centered funding formula, how that was affecting the budget and what the plans were around that, any further decrease, because we're projected to lose even more money, how we were going to deal with that. That was one question. The other one was related to, I guess, the board meeting maybe about, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 months ago. We have a litigation matter involving involving Laney College, and we have some costs that are generally when you're doing an investigation regarding construction defects, you have that investigation, the technical analysis performed under your existing legal contract. So I was going to ask you about that in terms of how the legal budget shows up. It's generally rather large, but in order to proceed with the construction and not wait and try and litigate without getting the work done for our students, the process in the construction industry is generally to go forward and carry the costs. So I wanted to ask you, that is the legal budget, the large amount in legal budget really is related to the work that we're doing at Laney College. And then I have one other question regarding the review process that the Parcel Tax Oversight Board does, and whether or not the Oversight Board has a chance to look at the expenditures to see whether the amounts needed to support our students in part-time faculty and counselors who are faculty. They are faculty, but they may be in a different category, whether or not that there was a need for even more support when we had to abruptly go to online learning because of the COVID-19 pandemic, and whether some of the costs reflected here are part of the cost that was necessary to support our faculty, part-time faculty, while they were providing the support for our students, and whether there was additional costs that were related to COVID-19 so that we could support our faculty to support our students.
Okay, so let me start with the parcel tax question. Administrative Procedure 6741 tells us what we need to do with the parcel tax, and the Citizens Oversight Committee is looking at, or would like to, and is requesting that reports be given to them once a year. So that is to be set out based on the plans that the colleges put together that are approved by the board in its meeting in October. And then the outcomes from those plans and the expenditures are shared with the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee. So to answer your question about this, I would say yes. On your question to the legal aspects, we are budgeting for litigation costs as we're able to here at the district, and I would like to find out a little bit more about the construction legal costs for Laney, because if that is within VC SADA's bond element, that might be a good place to inquire. But to answer your question, the district is vigorously budgeting for extensive litigation costs and making sure that those funds are available as we move forward. your question regarding the SCIF, if you take a look at the page that's in the tentative budget book that outlines the impact of the hold harmless, let me tell you what page that's on. You would likely see that we're benefiting from the hold harmless right now because we're being compensated for 16,000 FTES as opposed to our actual FTES. Yes, that's on page 7 of the tentative budget book. And you would see that right now, our hold harmless funding that we're receiving to bring us up to our total computational revenue is 9.6 million. So that's a figure that is really the underlying structural deficit. And if you look at what's going to be happening in the next fiscal year, 21-22, that number only grows. So it's imperative that the district visits and adheres to its faculty obligation numbers. It adheres to its budget hygiene. It makes sure that it's keeping its eye on ways to generate new student enrollment and revenue opportunities so that we can be prepared for that when we're looking at it in 2024, when it becomes a reality. Of course, between now and 2024, many things can change, but right now we're taking this as this is where we are and this is what we have to deal with. So I hope that answers your 3 questions.
Well, actually, thank you. And it does largely answer the question. I was also recalling that we had recommendations from FCMAT and from CBT to address our practice of not fully loading the budgets with the costs. We've experienced that a few times. One was with the blue lights. We had voted on a contract. There wasn't sufficient money that was loaded for facilities. And so although the board had voted to fulfill certain contracts, the vendors wouldn't start until the budgets were fully loaded. And that demonstrated the need to adjust our budget models because they weren't following through on the actions that there was a disconnect between the actions that were being taken to get work done and the money available to get work done. And it affected directly the security and safety of the colleges. And it also led to us needing to do the fire watch at Laney because we had voted on a contract for fire life safety with the provider, the Simplex, and the contract there was no money for the contract. So it ended up costing us a huge amount of money. And that was, which was part of the reason that FCMAT had said that we have to revisit those budget models and load the budgets fully. So my question is, have we done that? Is that what we're seeing reflected in this budget? Because I remember the frustration of saying we did that, we voted on it, we went through that in agenda setting, we had the meeting, but there was not the money to fulfill the actions that were taken, the prudent actions that were taken in anticipation of a need that we, in the end, were not able to meet in the most effective and efficient way as possible.
So I think I understand your question and the point you're raising. What we're doing is having a few budget hygiene processes put into place. And one of those is to have all of our contracts move through a process internally. And then with that movement of a contract internally before it's approved, is that a budget is identified and the amount of the budget is verified so that we don't find ourselves in the position of having made a commitment and then having to scramble a little later. My directive is that, and the chancellor's directive is that all of our budgets are fully loaded based on the budget hygiene and the budgets that are approved internally. So that is the directive that we are working under now. And so, of course, you know, if we budget $100,000 for, you know, a particular expense, and then we run into a crisis like the COVID-19, and we had not budgeted for that particular crisis, that's a whole different issue. But we are doing our very, very best to exercise excellence and budget hygiene so that we don't run into that. That was before I got here, but we don't run into a problem where we are scarce on the funds where we need them. And also asking budget managers to really manage their budgets and make sure that their expenditures are in line with the budgets that they've received. So I think your question is being addressed in terms of a process and in terms of the way that we're implementing the budgets. Now, this tentative budget is being used right now. And as I mentioned earlier, when we know what our final figures are going to be in August, we're going to be making some changes to the loaded budgets, but they are loaded right now.
Thank you. And I think one question that wasn't quite answered, and it may have been, maybe it's a question for the Chancellor. The additional, so we had an abrupt change in March. People had to work from home and they had to work online and they had to use computers and they had to use their printers and they had to be trained on the different online platforms, and we were converting courses. And I'm wondering about some of the costs that are showing up. Chancellor, were some of those related to the need to, can you quantify, I guess, what that meant for the budget? And I'm wondering because we are walking back some of the progress that was made towards reopening because of the spike in COVID-19 cases. So I'm trying to assess the impact that that's having on the institution's budget.
Right. We have been, VC Walter has been tracking the expenses that are coming about as a result of COVID-19, because she's had to do that as we applied for certain funds and as we will be looking to get the money to offset the COVID-19 expenses. And as you consider those expenses and the fact that they don't count within the calculation of the 50% law. So there, we are keeping track of that information right now. We can bring back that information in a report to you for that matter. And then I would also like for us to be able to come back to you with some more specific information around the legal question that you're asking. I think that there are a number of different parts of that answer that includes some of the resources are paid for by bond, depending on the items. Some of the resources are a result of addressing the litigation related to some of the things that you raised, for an example, with Laney College, and then some of the things are, other legal matters. And also, I do know that there was a shift in the way in which the legal monies were placed, in that at one point, some of the money for the actual work was put through legal because it was part of a process, but then the following year that actually was taken out of legal, and it was budgeted separately, but not an increase.
You're talking about ADA upgrades?
Right.
So, ADA, yeah.
Right. So it's not that there's more money or less money that's being put in that was being used for legal. It was just cleaning up the processes to show it in the actual category that it would go in. But we can come back.
Thank you.
We can come back to you with more details.
Thank you for that. And so I have Trustee Withrow and then Trustee Weinstein.
Just a brief comment. First of all, there's 156 pages here of a budget, and each one of these budget numbers has a little story behind them. And so it is very difficult. And but the Vice Chancellor's role here is exceedingly difficult when you have major changes underway. But the comment that was made by Jennifer Shanowski and followed up with a couple comments that were made earlier or after that. If you go to page 37 in the budget, which is the Central District Office Central Services, and you go to the bottom of the page on page 37, and the monies that were programmed a year ago for the expense total was $58,395,000. This year it's $48,494,000. There's a lot of stories involved in that, but it's not going up. It's from the standpoint of budgeting, it's gone down 9.9 million or 13%. So, and I only raise that because you could go in just an awful lot of places in this budget and make comparisons and pull things out and say, you know, that doesn't make sense. But the statement that monies were going down for the colleges and for students and going up for the central budget is just not accurate. It's absolutely not accurate.
Thank you.
That's all I've got.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Withrow. Trustee Weinstein?
Excuse me. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Walters, for doing this. This, I know, is very, very hard given what's been going on with COVID and the changes. And I appreciate that. Thank you to the faculty who did make efforts. And I don't know if the students are involved in the budgets or not, and looking at the tentative budgets as we go down the road, or we have, but I'd like to make a recommendation that they be able to participate, since really a lot of this has to do with their education. I know that there are some budgets that, and perhaps we do this because I think it's on our Peralta website, but I know that there are some school boards in which the actual budgets and the pies, you know, like just simple, like the pies are sent out to the community so that the community can take a look at it and respond to it. Again, maybe we do this, but if we don't, it might be something for us to consider because we can get good feedback from the communities and also good feedback from the students. So I'd like to recommend that. Second of all, you use a word that I think you probably know what it means, and I have some sense of what it means, but can you just again clarify what this budget hygiene is?
Oh, okay, yeah, sure. That is my turn of phrase that says if you're allocated X dollars, you spend X dollars and not X plus Y dollars.
Okay.
If you're allocated X dollars and you spend X minus Y, then we need to utilize those funds in different ways. So it's really talking about people being ultra responsible and ultra invested, if you don't mind me using that word, in how their expenditure patterns are going. Yeah.
Oh, okay, thank you. That makes sense. Yeah, so I agree with, excuse me, with Trustee Withrow saying there's a story behind every one of these things. I have two questions though, and just on page 20, which is the revenue allocations, at least that's what I'm looking at. Maybe it's page 21. It says revenue allocations.
Okay, I'm going there right now. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
you're talking, yeah, that's page 19, right? Is that the one for the colleges?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Can you, well, if you're going to make it a little bit smaller, can you explain the last two lines? Like it has expenditure totals and it goes through each of the colleges, and then it has surplus and it has a deficit. But with the expenditure totals for the district office, which is 22, or I guess it's 24 on yours, and then the surplus or the deficit is 24, and so those numbers, I don't understand those numbers. That's a very high percentage. Or help me understand the 24 versus all the other numbers: 7, 7, 12, 8, and then we have 24. And
yeah,
then, yeah.
I you know what, I recognize there are different ways to display information.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I'm committed to doing is making a bit of a revision, not for the tentative budget, but hopefully by the adopted budget, to change some of the presentation methods. Because really what this is saying is, okay, Berkeley City College is allocated $7.5 million. Okay, let me start at the top. Just start at the top. Revenue allocation by college, we take Berkeley City. Mm-hmm. Berkeley City is allocated $15.3 million. And then, so all the colleges are allocated a percentage based on their FTES. This is our existing budget allocation model. And then from that, there are off the top expenses, which we call DO service center budget and centralized services budgets. Mm-hmm. So each college is allocated. And so if you go over to, if you take line DO service center budget and you add that up, it comes to the district office total of 7.6. So that is a, if you don't mind me sort of saying it this way, it's a check. It's like a verification. So once you remove all of the district service center budget and the centralized services budgets from each of the colleges based on their allocations, they have a net revenue of the dollars that are shown there. Berkeley City, 7.5, College of Alameda, 7.4, Laney, 14, and so forth. Mm-hmm. Okay, so now, because you realize that the budget allocation model, as I tried to explain earlier, takes all of the full-time and part-time faculty off the top. So when you're looking here, this is your unrestricted expenditure budget by college, which means that it's their discretionary. So they have academic administration, other faculty, classified, it's not discretionary, it's unrestricted expenditure. Benefits, and so the expenditure total for Berkeley City, for example, is $7,990,000. Mm-hmm. And if you go, 7.5 minus 7.09, that gives them a surplus of 442. Mm-hmm. And if you go all the way across, that's the way those numbers are calculated. So when you come to the expenditure total line, 7.0, 7.4, 12.7, 8.2, those all sum up to 24.85. And then the deficit that's being shown in the district office column is an accounting. It's a check, sort of a verification that the numbers work. So this table, and I'll grant you that some of the other tables are a little misleading, and so I can understand people's confusion around these.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for explaining that.
I hope it's helpful.
Well, it gives me a beginning.
Okay.
Yeah, which I think is a good help. for the Citizens Oversight Committee, just out of curiosity, since I used to be on it, they only get one report per year?
Well, I believe that's, I have to go back and check the minutes. In my 3.5 months here, I've been to one meeting.
Oh, okay.
And that was, I believe, what we talked about as far as the requirement.
Okay. But well, I mean, you know, it's I guess it's their decision, and if it's the one meeting, I mean the one report, that's, I just want to make sure that they're getting the appropriate amount of information. But they would, I'm sure they would ask for that. I hope that they would ask for that. You know, the only thing I would say is that while you're right, it's like detailed information. It's really very hard to put it together, particularly when it's a moving car, basically. Things are changing pretty, you know, maybe very rapidly for all we know. But I think even though I know it looks incredibly detailed, but maybe in the areas like the bond and the parcel tax, maybe we can find a way to make it more specific, so that when we're looking at it, we have as time goes on, we have a better idea where that money is going to. I mean, we have a general sense, but we don't have a very specific sense. And I think we need that, given that it's our community is paying for that. So if we could do that, that would be really helpful and very appreciated.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Trustee Weinstein. I see no other hands in the queue. So, Chancellor, I believe that concludes this portion of the discussion.
Okay, thank you.
So we can move to, and can I just thank VC Walter for indulging the board in this deep dive that had been much anticipated. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Chancellor, we will move to item 3.2, which is consider review of Peralta Community College District Measure G bond spending plan.
Yes. Trustee Bonilla, this is a second reading of, oh, I'm sorry. No, wrong item, I'm sorry. This is a presentation by Vice Chancellor Sata and Keith Kajaya on the bond spending plan. VC Sata.
Thank you very much, Chancellor, and good evening, board members and President Bonilla, members of the community. We are going to do a little presentation here about the bond. One moment, please. I'll pull it up. Okay. Let me just start off by saying that this is one of two presentations we'll be making this evening. This is what we call the first read of the Measure G bond spending plan. The bond spending plan will drive the spending of the Measure G funding through approximately the first quarter of 2028, which is how long we have scheduled out this bond program. The bond spending plan is a living document. You have been working with Measure A and have approved changes to the document over time, and this will be no different than that same process. The bond spending plan was reviewed by several governance committees, including the District Facilities Committee, all 4 campus facilities committees, and the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. And in fact, an earlier version was actually shared and presented to the PGC some time ago. At this point, I'd like to introduce or reintroduce to you Keith Kajia. He's obviously the program manager and AECOM regional executive, and he's going to present the specifics of the plan. So actually, I just realized, Keith, you have the document. If you do, I'll stop my share and you can go ahead and share.
I thought you were going to do all my work for me.
It's all yours.
course, now I've got to figure out how to share my screen.
If you can't do it, I can do it. You can just tell me when to advance the slides.
Am I sharing the screen now? I believe I am.
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, trustees, Dr. Stanback Stroud, members of the cabinet and community. Today is an exciting day. It's a culmination of multiple documents and much planning that's been moving forward associated with ultimately Measure G. The bond spending plan represents kind of a consolidation of information from the educational master plan, the facilities technology master plan, as well as the 5-year capital outlay plan, which you'll be reviewing tonight as well. What I thought it would be good is to kind of give you an overview of how we pulled the bond spending plan together. Frankly, this is the master plan of how we're going to spend the bond money moving forward. So it's a commitment to projects, it's a commitment to dollar spend and timing related to those projects. As Dr. Sata indicated, it is a living document. So as things evolve, the economy changes, priorities change within each college campus. We would be returning back to you with those changes moving forward. But I'll step through with you this evening the methodology of how we pulled the plan together, some of our key assumptions, actually show you the bond spending plans, and speak a little bit to some of the governance process and making with presentations moving forward. Looking at methodology and cost comparisons, or cost components rather. Typically, then this is an AIA standard guideline, American Institute of Architects standard guideline. I think one of the things we're doing across the program is really standardizing industry standard protocols of how we'll look at construction costs and how we categorize costs. And so this is a pretty standard document related to how industry categorizes costs between site hard costs and soft costs. For the most part, we have hard and soft costs in our budgets. We have very little land purchase or land associated site costs included in the budgets. Mostly it's related to building construction, renovations, and development costs tied to consultants and other administrative fees to execute that work. Roughly our bond spending plan per project on average has about a 70-30 split between hard costs and soft costs, meaning if for every dollar spent, about 70 cents is going into actual construction work in the field, and 30 cents is going to soft costs tied to some of these administrative costs for DSA fees, all the design consultants, all the other consultants that are associated with delivering the projects. So hard costs are those hard construction costs. Notably, it also includes FF&E, what we call furniture, fixtures, and equipment. This is the standard guideline document that we utilize to categorize these costs. It's from the National Council of Architectural Registration Boards. It's a standard industry document. There are really two methodologies we use when we're actually incorporating hard costs into each discrete project. One is for projects that are under design. And for those projects, at each design milestone, we're requesting those architects to provide us an estimate of how they're evolving their design, for what they're designing, how much is that going to cost on bid day. So for those projects under design, where we've got those estimates, we utilize those. For planned future projects, we actually looked at the scope of work and looking at different metrics local to the Bay Area, to the East Bay Area. We kind of defined the scope, and we've created conceptual budgets for those projects. We also created a pretty sophisticated budget model to actually calculate all the soft costs, primarily as percentages of construction. So it's driven off that construction number. One of the most major factors related to construction is escalation and the impact that timing has on the eventual cost of your project. So know that all of the bond spending plan projects actually include a schedule assumption. And what we do is we escalate up to the midpoint of construction. It's a pretty standard industry way that we calculate and incorporate escalation into each budget. For our projects, we are utilizing this engineering news record. It's an industry standard publication. They do a 20-city cost index across the United States. We're using the Bay Area reference guide. You can see here a simple table that actually breaks up the last really 10 periods, and it's an annual rolling 12-month period. So you can see that we've looked at the median for the last 10 years or so, or 10 months or so. And we've kind of calculated that on average, it's been 5.4, but the median's been 4.9. So all of the projects include an escalation factor of 5% to the midpoint of construction. Here's an example of some of the soft costs I was referring to. You can categorize it into professional services. Again, those are those consultants that are associated with delivering the project. And these other fees and costs, those that are tied to permitting, agency reviews, such as the division of the state architect, notably also interim housing, moving, and of course our PLA administration costs are other fees and costs. Here's a high-level summary view of the bond spending plan. So I'll kind of walk you through some of these columns here. This first one that we call this column here is the total project cost estimate. That's the escalated cost of what we're budgeting for that project to deliver that project. The next few columns include anticipated funding. We're making funding assumptions related to how we are allocating Measure G, also in line with the 5-year capital outlay plan and the final project proposals, as well as the initial project proposals that we've submitted to the State Chancellor's Office. There's a state matching column here where we are calculating what that revenue potential is for those applications. There is an apportionment of Measure A funds based on previous assumptions, and in one project, at least for College of Alameda, we do have a federal grant. So again, notably, it incorporates the 5-year capital outlay plan, and it includes all these funding sources. I would look to the bottom here, and it's a $1 billion program right now of what we're about to embark on and really start driving work in the field. So it's an exciting time for the district to really start improving the educational facilities for the students of Peralta. I'll step briefly through some of the bond spending plans by college, kind of walk you through generally some of the assumptions. What you see here is kind of an overview of at a high level, each discrete project is actually identified here. Notably, these are in priority order through the shared governance process, also related to looking at funding assumptions. They have been prioritized. You can see here over to the far right, these colorful boxes here. This is a timeline by quarter. Indicates when we are actually going to be under construction, which is the green. The red is when we're actually in agency review for DSA. The orange is when we're in design, and the blue is when we're actually in the contractor or design build entity procurement cycle. Some other little features of the chart here, as you're reading it, there's actually a couple of initials, a little acronym after each major capital project. DB stands for design build delivery, and DBB is design bid build or traditional low bid project delivery. For the most part, the design bid build projects are those that are state funded projects. We've also indicated under the state matching column here, it either says FPP or IPP to indicate if there's a final project proposal or initial project proposal, at least where it is in the phase of the state funding cycle. A final project proposal indicates that it's a commitment to actually deliver that project to the state, and we're actually in the funding queue. So those represent projects that are actually moving forward at this point in time. We've also indicated a column here if the project's new or modernization. And at the bottom here, you can see every campus will have an infrastructure pool of money and an information technology pool of money. For those projects, we have not allocated them across the timeline as of yet. We're working on a protocol that will engage each college campus on how to assess their infrastructure needs and help prioritize those most critical needs related to their mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems, really the core backbone of each college campus. So each college campus is pretty much set up the same. This is the College of Alameda. Berkeley City College has its main project is the new building on the corner of Milvia and Center Street. And once we move into that building, then we'll move over to the current campus and do the Center Center Street building reconfiguration. And again, there's an infrastructure and information technology allowance for that site as well. Laney is one of the more complex campuses. It also represents our largest capital spend. It has quite a few needs and quite a few projects that are interrelated with each other. Much of the activity that's ongoing, you can see clustered here up at the front, is tied to the ongoing projects that are state funded, the Learning Resource Center, and the Laney Theater Modernization Project. A number of these other projects are somewhat tied to those projects. This Portable Modular Village, that's this project up here at the top, is an interim housing facility for some of the functions that are in the footprint of the LRC, as well as the Laney Locker Room project as well, which is also state funded. This project here for East Bay Mud is an actual water main that's underneath the current site for the Laney Learning Resource Center that we have to relocate. And we also have to relocate those cooling towers that are right next to the building pad. As we do that project, we'll also be upgrading the central plant and really enhancing kind of its capabilities. It's in dire need of equipment being refreshed and renovated, and thankfully we're doing that as part of our major infrastructure improvement on this campus, dedicating $16.5 million to that project. But you can see here we've also have an allowance of additional infrastructure projects for $11.4 million. Stepping through the rest of these projects, there's a number that are state funded pushed out here. We have been meeting with the college campus related to some of the reprioritization of some of these projects, and they had a dialogue. Again, this is a living document. One of the projects that we've had earnest discussions on is the Student Center and the Culinary Arts project, and actually accelerating this project forward in the timeline. The reason it's out here is because it's associated with state funding, and there's an initial project proposal that's been developed as part of the 5-year capital outlay plan, which would drive this project out this far. One of the things we'll be working on over the next few months is speaking further to the college and looking at the opportunity to accelerate that project and what that really means for both the scope of that project and perhaps the scope of some of these other projects, including the STEAM building. That's out here, this large project at the end, $150 million STEAM building for the campus. Finally, this is the Merritt campus. 2 priority state funded projects ongoing right now as we speak, the Child Development Center and the Horticulture building complex, kind of a refresh of that whole complex that's up there on the hill. We're also looking at a Science Allied Health TI build out. So that's just getting started, working with President Johnson and kind of defining the needs of what that project would be. That's the Barbara Lee building, of course, that we're actually building out some of the spaces that were previously just cored and shelled. And then you can see there's a couple of IPPs out here for a locker room and an art renovation building. And again, that's being pushed out because of the state funding application process. And like the other campuses, they also have an infrastructure and an information technology line. So those are the campuses. The district-wide level, these things have not necessarily been scheduled out as of yet. We have a number of items district-wide. We are carrying an allowance for some administrative complex repair work. There's an IT overall district-wide IT budget. We're carrying things that cross multiple campuses, such as the second phase of the blue light phone installation program. We're carrying a program-wide contingency. This is as projects evolve from each campus, and if needs arise or other needs programmatically arise within the program, we have access and reserved a contingency of $40 million, plus any interest moving forward as the bonds actually accrue interest as they're issued. The program management fee, administrative fee is here related to the bond program as well as the district bond management team, and we have an allowance for legal costs, auditing, and allowance for library equipment and books in the bond spending plan. Finally, related to governance and some of the previous meetings that we've been presenting the bond spending plan to, you can see them here. We've We try to touch as many committees, every college campus. We presented to the district-wide facilities committee in early June. We've been having other follow-up meetings with the colleges. We also presented to the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee at their last meeting, where they reviewed the bond spending plan, had the opportunity to ask questions about it. One of the documents that I provided to them was an alignment of our capital projects and our spending categories with the bond language, so that they could see that the projects that have been defined and the budget items that have been defined are clearly within the bond language. These are also reference documents that this document is coordinated with, and other presentations that have been made, including some previous presentations before my arrival to the PGC and DFC. And anything else to add, Lee, on the governance side?
No, I think that was it. Yeah, there's been quite a bit of work there. Thank you.
So that's the bond spending plan. Happy to answer any questions. Again, this is a first read, so I believe we'll be taking a resolution and a more detailed report to the next board meeting for your approval. But at this point, we don't anticipate the numbers changing too much over the next couple weeks.
Thank you for that. Chancellor, Mr. Kajia, did I pronounce that right?
Kajia? Yes, you're close.
yes, Kajia. Thank you for that presentation. I also want to put a little PR in there for the Build Peralta website. So if any of the trustees are looking for additional information, they can hop on over to the Build Peralta website, and they can spend all day long clicking and opening and figuring out what's going on. And I would imagine that this, as many of your other presentations, get uploaded to that site as well for public consumption.
Yes.
Good. I'll go ahead and open up for questions. I think I want to go to Karen, because Karen usually has really, really good questions about oversight and what's being shared. Are you there, Ms. Trustee Weinstein?
Yeah, I am, but I don't have any really good questions.
That's what always happens.
You can just say how much. You can say how much you liked it. That's
yes.
Okay too.
What I'm going to say is I really liked it, and I appreciated the graphs, because it's very helpful to see what's going on. I did see some of the blocks that are blank, and I wasn't exactly sure what that was with those areas that just haven't started yet, like information technology, and I forgot the first one right above that.
The infrastructure line.
Yeah.
Right. Those are pools of money that we're working closely with the colleges, and in the case of IT, with IT, to define when the spend needs to occur for those items.
But do we know what we are spending it on?
Well, we know the category of work that they're going to be spent on. The infrastructure line, for the most part, is going to be really used to address the core infrastructure of the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems at each college campus. In fact, one of the procurements that we're doing forthcoming here, actually releasing this month, is kind of a retro commissioning RFQ to an engineering firms to come in and evaluate all the systems that are the backbone of really each campus, as far as providing all the utilities to the campus. We're finding there's been a lot of different needs at each campus. We're having, for example, brownouts at Merritt, for example. Laney has different needs. We want to go through a real thorough assessment of what those needs are, prioritize them within that spend of that money, and then work with the college campus to prioritize those and address those needs, so that the air conditioning works, the electricity works, everything starts to function properly the way it's intended.
So, excuse me, so will we be able to have that Will you be able to put that on the graph?
Yes, as the spending kind of moves forward with that and we start to actually categorize it and identify what the spending plan is going to be, we'll incorporate that into this chart as well.
Okay, that would be really helpful. Otherwise, thank you. I think it's really nice.
Thank you, Trustee Weinstein. Trustee Brown?
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Kajika, for your presentation. And VC Sada, are you really in Paris, or is that just to taunt the rest of us here?
Well, you know, it's July, so I kind of wanted to put myself in the mode. I'm kind of, this is the COVID-19 fantasy that I have, but no, I'm not in Paris right now, unfortunately.
All right, just checking. My question is, we've got the local vendor outreach pie. Thank you so much. We've got that in the May report on the Bill Peralta website. And I just wanted to kind of get a narrative regarding how the job walks, how the pre-job meetings have gone, and how we're doing with incorporating the community into the project, or our projects, particularly since construction that's necessary is just about the only thing you can really do now under COVID-19, under the health orders. It's even more important that our community members who voted for this bond can find employment and stay in the houses that are being taxed to pay for this bond. So if I could get a narrative on really sort of the story behind the presentation, how are we really doing? How are we employing members of the community who are supporting Peralta?
If I may start, Trustee Brown, then we have actually a summary of that kickoff meeting or that workshop in presentation section 4.2. So if we can ask your indulgence and patience until we get to the next presentation, we can follow up with a lot more detail. But it was a very successful workshop, and we are beginning to engage with contractors and architects of different sizes, particularly as we start to figure out some of these smaller infrastructure projects. Keith, do you want to add anything briefly to that before we share how we won't be covering the next presentation?
Yeah, we cover that a bit in the next presentation. I get the honor and privilege of presenting twice to the board this evening. But I think one of the transformational things for small businesses has been the implementation of CUPCA that the board had approved recently. And we're going to start seeing a much more traction related to the types of opportunities that smaller businesses can actually engage the district on, those types of projects that are pretty much ideally suited for some of those firms to really start to get involved with the capital program.
And are we paying people on time?
Yes, we are. Yeah, we've been working, of course, closely with Vice Chancellor Walter. She has been installing several different, implementing different programs to make sure that things don't get stuck in the system as they had in the past. We're not perfect. We're still working through it, but I think we're certainly a lot better off today than we were just a few months ago before VC Walter's arrival.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And just to piggyback off of Trustee Brown's comments about performance and where we're doing well and where we may see challenges, I think to her point about ensuring that we are putting local community residents to work. Where would we find that information? I would normally find it under a project labor agreement, monitoring and tracking information, but we don't seem to have that level of activity being reported. So either Chancellor or VC Sada, if you can speak a little bit to the monitoring and tracking of local hire, both on the business side as well as the workforce side.
Chancellor, would you like to start? Okay, so thank you, Chancellor, and President Bonilla. So we will be presenting with you to you. In fact, in our next presentation, one of the things that we're just beginning to start, and we have not done it yet, is to ask the permission of the board to negotiate a PLA for Measure G. We're still working under the existing PLA for Measure A, and we do have one large project under construction, which is being constructed under those circumstances, and we will be able to prepare a report on that specific project when it's completed. But you are, to your point, it is true that with the project labor agreement, we'll be able to get a lot more fine tuning around the types of numbers and companies that we're working with. Currently, what we do have, though, is we can work with our purchasing department and provide a snapshot, if you wish, of where we're at currently. We're kind of in between things with regard to the bond. We're doing a lot of architectural work right now and some infrastructure work. But of course, as these capital projects come out of their review, we will be getting into construction, and that's when the PLA really comes into play, where we're actually tracking the individual labor on a per project basis. So thank you for bringing that.
Right. Yeah, and I think that's really helpful. So thank you for that. I also know that tracking is done specifically by certified payroll, which is the way that the state monitors and ensures that we're adhering to the mandates under construction for projects such as bonds. And so do we have a way internally that we are managing and monitoring certified payroll? Because that's low-hanging fruit, right? That tells us right there, that can give us so much data and so much information on what that local workforce is made up of.
Yes, in fact, we do have that for the large project under construction, which is the College of Alameda new Center for Liberal Arts. And so we can, and that project really is actually only 2 months away from finishing. So I think if the board so desires, we'd be happy to put a report together to kind of show what's happened over the last few years with that project.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, right. If it's information that you are already reporting out to the state regulatory agencies around compliance, then most definitely we'd love to see how that information is presented. Of course, when it's ready and when you're ready to share that. So thank you for that. We don't want to do too much because you have another presentation coming up, right?
That's right.
Okay. So if there are no other questions, I will move us forward to the first presentation, which is 4.1 Risk Management Update. Chancellor?
Yes, thank you. I would like to ask Director Roy Roberts and Warden to do this presentation.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm not sure if GC Warden would like to chime in, or should I get started?
Yes, please get started.
Okay, I'll get started. Well, good evening, trustees, Chancellor Stanback-Strad, students, faculty, staff, administrators. I'm going to be giving a brief risk management update. I'll go ahead and get started. Can everyone see the slides okay?
Yes, we can see them.
Yes.
Yes.
I just first, this is a touch on the major functions of the risk management department. The department covers the property liability claim management, workers' compensation claim management, hazardous and medical waste removal from district property, district safety training programs, as well as reasonable accommodations, ergonomics, emergency planning, along with the DGS side of the house, and also student and student athlete insurance. And with that, I would be remiss if I didn't thank risk coordinator Carrie Burdick, who does a lot of heavy lifting in the department. This update you'll see that the numbers are as of May 21st. The district had 13 open claims at the time, open property and liability claims. That represented a 2-claim increase over the last quarter. The claim breakdown basically include general liability, employment practices liability, property coverage, and legal defense costs. So if you look at the graph, five general liability, 6 employment practice, 1 property coverage, and I believe just 1 legal defense. Moving on to a large section is the workers' compensation section. As you'll see, as of April 27th, there was a reduction in the number of workers' comp claims. We went down from the chart period from November 11th of 2019. We dropped from 80 open claims to 68. Slight drop in the indemnity claims from 37 to 31. Medical only claims from 6 medical only claims to 0, and the future medical claims stayed put at 37. And that represents the number of claims that people may have been hurt a while back, but we're still paying coverage on their medical expenses. As I talked about what is an indemnity claim, it basically describes payments made to an injured or sick employee whose injury or illness occurred as a result of employment. Roughly breaks into 5 categories: temporary total disability, working on modified duty, working full duty, possibly with some modifications, and there are other litigated claims, and there's claims with settlements pending. Next, just put some brief accomplishments as of the date that we were going to originally present this information. But as of September 2019, we had received a check that was presented at the board meeting for effective workers' comp claim management. And over the past fiscal year, which was now last fiscal year, we had worked with purging the labs of chemicals and hazardous materials that had either been expired or no longer in use. We also worked at putting online a lot of some antiquated processes that we had around material safety data sheets, and also a little bit ahead of the COVID crisis that we're facing now. We had already started the process of implementing district online training capabilities. And as of this said we were rolling out, or it will be rolled out, but it is currently rolled out. So each person, faculty, staff, administrators, have access to an online training portal. And I thought that was pretty relevant, given that in the comment section, one of the classified members was specifically asking for training opportunities. So each administrator, faculty, staff have access to an online training system. And what I may do is just ask if we send that login information, and the trainings go anywhere from 15 minutes to 2 hours, and many of them provide certificates for those completing the trainings. Opportunities for the future. As with most people, there's been a lot of talk around what is going to be the impact of COVID-19 and the different challenges that it is poised to present for specifically insurance and risk management. We don't quite know what the effects will be, but we can say, if we look at bullet point 2, the governor did issue an executive order which basically created a rebuttable presumption if an individual was to be diagnosed with COVID-19 and they had been to the work site. And what that basically means is they would be presumed to have contracted that at work. There is a that is rebuttable, but the insurance companies aren't really saying how aggressive they're going to be in trying to rebut that. But basically, it'll be looking at things: was someone in the household diagnosed prior to that person coming to work, and different factors such as that. There will be in the future ramifications around, or I shouldn't say ramifications, considerations for people working from home, the impact on the added stress, accommodation issues, and this will depend on, how long we continue to work from home and what the return to work scenarios involved. Also around federal sick leave, unemployment adjustments, and overall emergency planning, or if for whatever reason we reopen and have to close again. So again, there's a lot of information kind of packed into these few slides, but ultimately, as a department, the risk management department continues to effectively manage risk and look forward to the challenges of the future. With that, and that is the conclusion of the presentation. If there's any information that I can provide or get for any questions, I would be happy to do so.
Thank you. Thank you. If there are thank you for that presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Very appreciated. And if there are no questions, we will move on to, we do have a question. Trustee Weinstein.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Royal. I really appreciate this. It was very nice. Good presentation. I wanted to ask two questions. One was, at the very end, you have emergency planning. Can you say a little bit more about what that will entail?
Well, I think given what we went through in just the setting up of the task force, we got to see what some of us looked at. I believe it's probably either a year or two ago, around the need to continually look at our planning, our training around what we do in the case of an emergency. So really, it's going to involve an ongoing process and an open dialogue of convening some type of ongoing committee to set in place the emergency planning process. So, I mean, we worked together a few years ago on the task force. Some of those things have been implemented that we came up during those task force meetings. We have some good contact lists around who to contact. And I will say that we got a real life drill when this happened, and the chancellor was able to convene an emergency operations center quite effectively at the onset of this pandemic. But by no means are we where we need to be on an ongoing basis, because it's something that it's a concerted and constant effort.
Okay, thank you. Was somebody else going to speak? No? Okay. Thank you. Excuse me. I think you know that we were on that emergency committee a couple of years ago, and I appreciate that it sounds like some of those things that were brought up actually were resolved, and you've accomplished some of the things that came up. It's funny because I don't think we ever spoke about a pandemic back then.
We did not. We had like an influenza plan or something like that we had in place.
Yeah.
That was somewhat helpful, but nowhere on the level of what we're experiencing now.
Yeah, pretty amazing. The other part I just wasn't sure about was the waste products. I think you said something about you creating a list.
Yes, ma'am. we handle various types of waste. One is medical waste, and the other are lab waste. It could be like cadavers or different things that the science department uses. The purge that I was speaking about initially, a lot of it had to do we had a lot of chemicals when we moved at Merritt from the old D building to the new Barbara Lee building. Some of that was just transferred over, and we also found a lot of things that we had for a very long time that had not been cleared out, and that instructors and professors had not been using. So we with the help of all of the college administrators and the deans, were able to identify that those, I say hazardous materials, but I don't want it to sound too scary, but different things that we maybe shouldn't have laying around, that we were able to purge from the campuses.
All right, thank you. It does sound scary, but I appreciate what you had to say. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm done.
Oh, thank you, Trustee Weinstein. It looks like I have Trustee Brown in the queue.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to also express my appreciation for the report and for the work that's being done. We have come a long way in developing procedures to stay on top of risk management, including how we deal with issues involving handling hazardous chemicals and labeling them properly. And even I remember a few years ago when we had a fumigation of one of our office buildings, the IT building, there was a lot wanting in the procedures and protocols. So I do appreciate staying on top of those so that we could keep the building safe for the employees that are working in them, and be mindful. There was just some things that could have been handled better with just a lot more thought. And I appreciate the care and thought that's going into this, and being proactive so that we are able to conduct the business and the operations in a well-considered way that makes it a better place for our students and our faculty and staff. So I very much appreciate the report and the level of thought and care that's going into implementing the procedures.
Thank you.
Just one more comment. I also appreciate this, and thank you very much. And I know at the September 2019 meeting you told us, but I still think that it's a really big coup that there was $150,000 given to the district because from ASCIP because of what you all had done and your accomplishments. So continue the great work, because this is really good to see and it's good for us to know. Thank you all for doing this.
Thank you, Trustee.
Okay, so again, thank you for that presentation, and we will move on to our next presentation, which is consider approval. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm down here. Maintenance, infrastructure, repair, and capital projects presentation and update.
Yes, thank you, Trustee Bonilla. May I call on VC Sata, please?
Yes, thank you, Chancellor. And once again, board, we're back here for presentation number 2. And we're going to start this presentation off by starting with an update on the maintenance, infrastructure repair, and the capital projects. I've organized this presentation this evening by how we organize the priorities for the FICMAT response. Phase 1 was complete critical repairs, safety compliance projects. Phase 2 was design and implement a deferred maintenance plan. And Phase 3 is to implement the bond program and the long-term facilities plan, which you approved back in 2018. So a couple of examples of some critical repairs and compliance projects that we've been addressing. As you know, the fire alarm testing was successful, and we're now off of fire watch at Laney and Merritt. We've taken care of several elevator maintenance repair projects and removed all of the red tags. We've done several ADA compliance projects. We actually took care of a pretty significant trip hazard at Merritt that had been there for a long time. And we're in the process of finishing up the blue light phones. We're just beginning the phase 2 process. We are doing the ADA locker room upgrades, and we are working on the comprehensive look at all of our projects for Measure A, making sure that they were closed out properly. These are just a few of the photos of some of the work that we were able to achieve. The top 2 photos shows the trip and fall hazard at the bottom of the stair, and now with the new patio board, with no longer a tripping hazard there at Merritt College. The picture here on the left is a picture of a music room, which was one of where we didn't have proper access, and so we were able to put in this elevator and some rails so that a person in a wheelchair would not accidentally tip over into this stepped area. In terms of deferred maintenance, we've been working hard on, as Keith mentioned earlier, we're doing some assessment work right now. We're taking a look at our roofs and some waterproofing at all campuses. We've had several electrical issues at practically all of the campuses. We had a transformer at Laney that we've replaced. We've had to do some transformer work up at Merritt, some electrical wiring work at Laney and COA, and the line goes on. We had a water line rupture over at COA. So we're making great progress there. We've actually already just begun the annual fire mitigation work up at Merritt. So that project is ongoing, and we are trying to finish up our lighting improvements project at Laney, which was funded with Prop 39 funds. And then finally, we plan to do an ADA transition plan, which will help us become more proactive in addressing some of the ADA challenges at each campus. In terms of the overall bond program and facilities plan, you have, as a board, supported us with the approval of the facilities master plan with the hiring of our program manager, AECOM, and 3 construction managers, Swinnerton, Kitchell, and Roblin. We've been working hard to hire architects for our state-funded projects, and I want to recognize the hard work of Capital Projects Director, Etheria Smith, and really single-handedly running some of these projects early on before our program and construction management teams were able to come on and help us. We're going to be asking you for approval of our annual 5-year capital outlay plan and the bond spending plan, which you heard this evening. And again, on the things that we're still working on, we are going to be asking you on July 28th to approve the bond spending plan, hire some bench consultants, and of course, we'll start work on negotiating the POA. I'm going to step through a few of the capital projects work that we're working on at each campus. At Berkeley City College, we have 2118 Milvia Street, and we've been working on the program with Nolan Tam Architects. Those 2 projects, just to give you a sense, Milvia Street will be a new 6-story building, and in comparison to the existing campus in footprint area, it's about, let's say, about half the size. It's going to be a building that on the ground floor will have a main entrance and some gallery space and some sports space. On the 2nd floor, a learning resource center and classrooms. And then on the 3rd and 4th floors, art studios and classrooms. The 5th floor will be student support centers with some great views. And top floor will be the office spaces for faculty and the administration. And if we can afford it, we'd like to put on a usable roof deck area on top. At College of Alameda, we've been working hard on our auto technology and diesel project by JK Architecture and Engineering. And this is the rendering from the street of what the campus will look like. You can see that the existing building will be torn down and replaced with a new 1-story complex with high bay ceilings. The circulation on the campus will be sort of rerouted with a large drop-off area in front of the building. There'll be access off the parking lot so that we can get the cars in and out. And there'll be a large wall screen with some hedges and trees, which is an outdoor yard where the faculty can do some outdoor teaching as well. You can see again the high bay spaces there in the auto tech labs. And then moving over to Merritt College, we have a couple projects going on right now. We have the Child Development Center by AE3 Architects and the Horticulture Project by Nolan Tam Architects. These are a few renderings of the Child Development Center. This would be the new front door. This is an aerial looking down at the play yards with a lot of indoor and outdoor movement with glass walls. You can see these walls. Hopefully we can afford to expand them and open them up so that the space will just flow easily from inside to outside. And this is a rendering from the inside looking towards the yard with some of those smaller scaled furniture pieces for the students, for the young children, I mean. But it's actually a child development center, which means that it's a teaching center. So we're going to have a lab attached to it so that the students who are interested in early childhood education can actually do some hands-on learning by doing the classroom and lab work and then learning how to teach to the young children that are next door. The Merritt College Horticulture Project is a replacement of the existing center up at Merritt College. It's going to consist of several greenhouse buildings and then kind of a complex of buildings that creates a nice courtyard as an organizational piece. And these are some renderings of the spaces. You can see, again, a really lovely indoor-outdoor sort of layout with all the buildings connected by covered walkways and classrooms with high bay ceilings and some natural light. And moving over finally to Laney College, we have 3 projects. The Laney Locker Room Modernization, which is going to be going out for design build selection in the coming weeks, a theater modernization, and finally the LRC. The theater modernization is by ELS Architects. They're a local Berkeley firm, and Nolan Tam Architects are also a Berkeley-based firm. Now, this is just the floor plan of the Laney Locker Room, where we're going to be dividing the space into 2 so that there's equal facilities for the men and women who participate in sports. This is an early rendering of Laney Theater. The existing building is the brick, but we're going to be adding a new lobby to the front of it, expanding out a little bit. So you can see there's a new accessible lobby extension. And one of the main goals here is to resolve several ADA challenges. So we're going to be putting in a 5-stop elevator and bringing the toilets for the building up to the front so they're much more accessible. This is the current rendering of the lobby. You can see it extends out from the existing building. And this is an early rendering of the lobby from the inside. A rendering of the 5-stop elevator, making it much more accessible to our disability challenged, mobility challenged students and faculty and guests. And then it has a nice feature where on the lower back part of the building, which is currently a brick wall, we're going to open that up and create a second entry. This entry actually, by the way, is right off that main turnaround at Laney College where the flagpole is, so it'll be a much more visible way of getting into the theater. And then last but not least, we have the Laney Library. This is a rendering from the air. This is a view from parking lot B, which is the main entry to campus. And so you can see that the building not only will house the new function of the library, it will also create a gateway to campus. And if you're on campus heading the other direction towards the parking lot, you can see what the new entry will look like from the campus side. It's a very glass-oriented building. This is the side facing the estuary. We will be doing a little bit of landscaping out there. And this side has really terrific views of the water element. This is the lobby, the front lobby. And it's kind of organized around a really spectacular 3-story atrium. You can see it's a lot of lights at the top, natural light at the top, and a very open space for students studying. You can see a series of study carrels, up a floor into the more traditional library spaces. And then finally, I'm going to turn over the last 2 sections of tonight's presentation again to Keith Padilla. So Keith?
Okay, thanks, Lee. So I'm going to discuss design build project delivery. If you go to the next slide. So this is the ongoing design build project. Needless to say, there's been some lessons learned there, so we'll chat about that a bit at the end of the presentation. If you go to the next slide, Lee. So Ed Code 81702 requires the board to evaluate the traditional design bid build process against the design build process and come up with one or more of these 3 findings. That number 1, it'll reduce comparable project costs. Number 2, it'll expedite the project's completion, or it provides features not achievable through traditional design bid build. So what I'm going to do is kind of walk you through design bid build and design build, kind of talk about the benefits and challenges of each one and talk about what the benefits are for design build for this next set of projects that we're going to move forward with in the bond spending plan. So design bid build is the traditional design, hiring a designer separately from the general contractor. So there are two procurements. It's frankly been the most common delivery method for public works construction. It really separates the contract so that the designer is actually separate from the general contractor. It's basically the lowest responsive bidder wins the work. It's challenged because it has a strictly linear work sequence, which means it has the longest delivery cycle. But you can see in this little diagram that the owner actually has two different entities reporting to them. So in this case, we as the district would have a designer reporting to us as well as a general contractor and all their associated trades and design consultants. So when we look at traditional design bid build delivery, you know, the benefits is, well, it's frankly, it's really understood well. There's total design control because you have that designer tied directly to you as the client. You're with that designer through the entire design process, evaluating and talking to them through the whole process. And the benefit, frankly, when you get that low first bid, it is traditionally a little bit lower. The limitations are that the owner, at the end of the day, the district is responsible for all cost change orders. It's the slowest delivery method. The contractor has no input in design, which means there's no collaborative process through which the benefits of a contractor where they can add value related to phasing of the project, perhaps different technologies they have to construct the project faster, those can't be incorporated into design. And frankly, it creates an adversarial relationship between the owner and the contractor, meaning that it's the most litigious form of delivery. It's frankly often a fight. Next is design bid build. So notably, the main change here is design build is the designer and the builder are under a single contract. So there's one procurement, the blended team. And really what this means is that there's a real collaborative team approach. The attitude of the players are much different. The Ed Code actually requires a project to be over 2.5 million. But most importantly, I think we were able to do a best value selection. So it's not strictly on price. It's the experience of the team, the actual individuals that they're bringing, reference checks, life cycle costs of what the project actually is delivered. There's a number of other factors we can incorporate into actually the selection of the design build entity. Next slide. So some of the considerations here, benefits, it's a single point of responsibility. It's the fastest delivery method. It's the most cost effective. I think really that's a result of the construction input during design. So when you have the designer and the contractor collaborating from the beginning of design on through, all those ideas about how the contractor could maybe do something a little bit faster, latest technology of installing something, some of the latest things that are out there in the market on the construction side, those could all be incorporated into the design as they're moving forward. Frankly, it also reduces a level of management oversight for that contractor because you're not in that battle with the contractor constantly. Some of the limitations, it requires the district to really understand what they want up front. So it requires upfront programming, understanding square foot space, how you want to align your facility with your educational master plan or the vision that each president or the college has for moving education forward. The district must make timely decisions, so things must be decided upon as we move because we're moving very quickly. And at the end of the day, there is less control by the district on design details, those minute details that you have the opportunity in traditional delivery to make decisions on throughout the design process. You're basically relinquishing some of that control in exchange for speeding up the delivery process. This is kind of an interesting study. There's been two studies recently by Charles Pankow Foundation and the Construction Industry Institute on the comparison of design build versus design bid build. The study was initially done in 1998. It was refreshed in 2018, actually in 2019. and it analyzed a number of projects across multiple agencies. These are all vertical projects, so projects very similar to those that we'll be doing in Peralta. And for the most part, you can see here the results, and these are the aggregate results of the study. But as it relates to design build versus traditional delivery, design build affords you'd have a 3.8% less cost growth. So that means your cost impact is going to be less. And it also has less schedule growth, meaning that from the baseline schedule, the schedule was more retained. I think the most important metric here is construction speed. It's 36% faster in the construction phase. So this next slide kind of highlights really kind of at a very schematic level where we capture those savings. You can see on the top is the traditional design bid build method. You can see most notably there are two blue phases of procurements. There's a design RFP up front where you select that designer, and of course then you have to select your contractor, where you actually could still do an RFQ, but you're actually send it out for a bid. Just that in itself adds another 3 to 4 months in the schedule, that having that secondary procurement. If we look comparatively on the design build side, you can see there's one upfront procurement where you actually hire that design build entity. There's a scoping phase, and then you go into design. And here you see a notable difference where construction can actually begin while design is ongoing. And it's really that overlap that starts to really move the needle related to not only having that secondary procurement for the contractor, but being able to start construction while design is moving forward. That represents a significant time savings. And overall, if you recall from my previous presentation on the bond spending plan, we talked about the impact of cost escalation to the midpoint of construction. By compressing the schedule and doing your construction faster, you're not exposed to as much escalation in the project. And again, think of that of 5% on every, say, $1 million of work. It starts to add up if you start to compound it period over period. You can see also related to the projects that we're moving forward here, we're looking at these 6 projects. These again are the ones that are not state funded. They're all Measure G or partially Measure A funded with the balance of Measure A. And we're looking to actually have 2 findings by the board tonight to reduce that design build will reduce comparable project costs, and it'll expedite the project's completion. I did do a bit of a study to evaluate the schedule impact of not moving these forward with design build, and just looking at the productivity savings related to the schedule compression that we're able to achieve. We're saving in excess of $10 million in escalation costs on these 6 projects alone. And that's a pretty conservative estimate at this point in time. So there are really great merits to moving forward with design build. But we know that we've had lessons learned from the new Center for Liberal Arts. It's the project that's imminently about to be completed here. But we've had a number of items and challenges that we've seen, and Lee and I have had multiple discussions about solutions on how we can really address some of those things. Do you want to walk through some of these things yourself, Lee, or do you want me to walk through them?
Yeah, no, go ahead. We can show them.
So as it relates to unforeseen conditions, I think on the new Center for Liberal Arts, we've seen a number of change orders for unforeseen conditions related to things that they came across, and they were change ordering us back for change orders. Looking at that, a lot of those things had to do with things that were in the ground, documentation of utilities. So 2 things that we're doing, even on the design bid build projects, is looking at survey work prior to start of construction, really understanding the details of the site, engaging a geotech consultant as well to understand the soil conditions, but doing potholing, that item number 2 there. Implementing the URA system, which is really a GIS, a utility relocation service, but doing potholes, actually going out and making holes in the ground and going down to actually physically see what's in the ground rather than just relying on historical as-built. We're finding that some of these projects have been in place quite a long time, and things happen over time. People go in and they put new utilities, they move lines, something breaks, something gets rerouted, and those are the types of conflicts moving forward that we want to make sure that we avoid. And by doing potholing and this investigative work up front, we'll be able to mitigate those on the back end and those unforeseen conditions. We also saw that, do you want to go to the next item, Lee?
Yeah, why don't I take the next couple just because they're related to the user groups. One of the things that we learned was not being clear about kind of who's running the project and who's managing the funds, and having an unclear reporting structure where bullet points 3, 4, and 5. We have seen how that has led to some real challenges in terms of change orders, and we are proposing that we're going to put into place much more clear protocols about how we work with our user groups. We're going to have clear management of the funds by DGS, of course, with input from our user groups. And then, of course, we'll have some DGS leadership and consultant clarity. And if I can just finish the last couple, we've had some some challenges with the experience. We just want to make sure that we're hiring people that do have experience with design build work. And we're going to do a better job with the budgeting and cost control. And you can see that Keith's done a great job with the overall bond spending plan. So again, our solutions for 6 and 7 have to do with just making sure that we're hiring the right type of people who have the right type of experience.
Okay, so let's move on to the next topic, is the business outreach workshop. At the end of May, we conducted our first virtual business workshop. You can go to the next slide, Lee. So it was on the Zoom platform. We had over 130 attendees. You can see here a breakdown of those. Most of them were local. 73% of them represented local firms. That is, they are within the market areas of the Peralta Community College District in those 6 municipalities. We had a really good engaged working session. We presented the kind of overview of the capital program moving forward. Of course, the bond spending plan hadn't been published yet, so we were talking conceptually about projects that we would have as far as opportunities. We spoke about upcoming RFQs for professional services. I think the most engaging part was we probably had about an hour and 15 minutes of Q&A where we were bombarded really with questions about the capital program, and I found it a real useful engagement with the business community to talk to them about the opportunities and some of the things that they saw that they wanted us to address from the capital program. And I think a lot of what we're doing now is doing that. If you go to the bond website, you can actually go into the outreach section as far as the local business outreach section, and you'll actually see not only the video of that workshop and what the presentations that we had actually made, but you'll also see the Q&A that was asked and the answers that we responded to them back with. One of the interesting things was to actually do kind of a poll of, can you go back to the next slide briefly? One of the interesting things was the poll. We actually polled the attendees to kind of get a sense of, is this a format that they'd like to continue to see? Because we've had some discussion of how often we'll actually do this virtual workshop. Perhaps do it every other month, once a quarter, as activity ramps up, maybe even once a month. 95% like the format, and you can see some statistics there related to the types of firms that were involved. 63% were minority or disadvantaged business enterprises, 28% were women. 65% of those firms wanted to have a matchmaking event. So that's one of the things we're focused on, is how to team those small businesses with primes that are coming after some of the larger projects. And also notably, 38% of those firms had previously done work for the district. So we're attracting new blood to the district as well. One of the things that we brought up as a topic was doing technical assistance workshops. So this is not just outreaching to the community and telling them about the opportunities, but really kind of leveling the playing field for a small business that wants to compete now for the projects, and actually elevating their knowledge about the construction side and different topics. So we actually solicited their input related to how many would be interested in actually attending technical workshops. We had 45% of them said they were interested. And these were the top 4, I guess, courses that we spoke about that they'd be interested in: how to bid projects, how to get bonding and certification. So I'm working closely with our teaming partners on the ACOM side, Sean Descott from 360 Total Concepts and Bonnie James from BRJ Associates, to come up with a curriculum and a program that will likely be rolling out in the next month or so, to actually start engaging the small firms in instructing them on how to go through these courses, and then maybe actually recognizing them in a special way by completing all these courses. upcoming major capital procurements. What I'm going to do now, every time I address the board, is actually speak to our upcoming major capital procurements. I think in the past we were always talking about RFQs that we were writing. These are actually procurement documents that are actually moving forward. So for Laney College, the locker room renovation project that's actually out on the street right now, it's going through an RFQ process to shortlist design builders. The Berkeley City College expansion project, that new Milvia Street building, we're looking to have a CEQA consultant come on board to start the CEQA process for that project. We're looking for that procurement to come out in the next week or so. We're doing a district-wide architectural services bench. So a number of our projects need architectural services, both large and small. This bench will actually define those firms and shortlist them to do work with the district moving forward. And this next one's a real critical one, this infrastructure assessment, which what I call kind of retro commissioning. This is actually that assessment of the infrastructure at each college campus and really starting to define that infrastructure spend that we spoke about in the bond spending plan. And then finally, looking at whole building commissioning, doing an RFP for whole building commissioning. As we start to really bring more projects online, it's important to have the commissioning agent firm up front so that they're participatory in the design process as well. So it's not commissioning just on the back end to make sure everything's running properly, but it's providing meaningful feedback about how we can make our buildings really cost effective from a life cycle cost perspective. Again, that's that total cost of ownership concept. Since our last presentation, we spoke about bond projects. These are, again, are the 5 state-funded projects. The little blue arrows were where we were when I last reported to you back on May 12th. The green arrow represents the progress that's been made since then and where we are on each of these projects as of today. So you can see each project has made progress moving forward. In fact, the Merritt Child Development Center is actually in construction documents right now. So projects are all moving forward. Everything's on track in accordance with the state timeline. So despite all the things that we're trying to stand up and get the bond spending plan and all the process and procedures in place, we're still moving projects forward in line with the schedule. And that's it.
That's great. Thank you so much for that comprehensive overview. And I have Karen Weinstein. We'll open it for questions. So, Trustee Weinstein. Trustee Weinstein, did you have, I thought I seen your hand raised. If not.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I was just going to say, thank you for the presentation. I thought it was extraordinary. What I really appreciate about it was that you were able to present not just what you're doing, but the challenges as well. And it is a very, it's just a really good model, I think, for people to see in terms of making presentations that you can say, this is what we've learned, and this is what we're either changing or we're sticking with and we're going forward. So I just want to say thank you very much. I found it incredible, and I'm excited about the buildings that I saw. Really nice. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Trustee Brown and then Trustee Reese.
Thank you, and I appreciate everyone who's still with us. It's gotten very late, and thank you very much for the report. I have a question regarding the design bid build, the design build, and the local vendor policy, and the participation of community members. And here's the thing, I think that what we find is that oftentimes the smaller contractors are those who are in our community that are trying to get their business started, and they look at public projects as a way to grow their business, just as we have a project labor agreement to make sure that we have the fair wage, the prevailing wage, and that the collective bargaining agreements that are for the building trades in our area and the benefits related to those are paid in accordance with the agreements that are set forth in the PLA. And so what I'm saying is there is a social justice component that we as board members are also considering, when we're considering the cost of the project, because we wouldn't have the funds if it wasn't for the community that approved it. So although there's the studies that were shown in the presentation show that there's a 3.8% difference in design build and design bid build, we know that you get local vendors more, a greater participation in design bid build, because there is the construction contractors that are able to do design build are generally the larger ones. And there's generally less participation from the small local vendors. So being cognizant of that balance, those different considerations, that is our job as trustees. That's our job in looking at these projects. We have the fiscal concern, we have the economic engine concern, we have the return on investment from those who invest in us concern. And so when we talk about the programs that are being developed to encourage local vendor participation, they need to be aggressively pursued. There are things like the wraparound insurance, OSIP program, programs where local vendors can get the bonding through the insurance that we buy, which has been shown to not increase the cost of projects that much. Sometimes you even get more savings with regard to safety measures. What we need to see is how we're going to get our goals met in a comprehensive and balanced way, because we can't just look at one aspect of the cost, because there's another cost. And part of what we find with generational access to capital and to opportunities is that it's not equally distributed amongst all members in our community. And we have a social justice mission that requires that we ask these questions. We need to know how the program that's run for Peralta, I mean, we're not someone else, we're Peralta. We need to know how the program run for Peralta reflects Peralta's values. And that's where I'm asking about these programs. It's not, we have to do a little bit more than consider these programs. We know that they're out there. It's not a new plan, and there's some that work extremely well, exceedingly well. I know that there's one at LACCD, for instance, in terms of how they're doing their construction. We need to find the models, and I will go research. You know I will, and I want to make sure that what we find out there is presented. You guys are the best in the business, so bring me those programs. We know that they're there, and we know, and you know that the board's going to ask about how we're actually fulfilling our principles and living our values in the way that we spend this bond money. We've got to do more than do a meeting where people ask the questions. We have to have the plan. And we know that we can incorporate local vendors and give people the opportunities to basically dismantle structural racism. That's what you're able to do with this bond program, because people are paying the taxes, the same people that want there to be a change. And so if we're able to incorporate those aspects of our principles into our bond program, then we're actually living our values. That's the policy that comes from the Board of Trustees. That's where the values are. So brilliant people, show us the plan. I know that design build can be a cost savings, but at what cost? How much does it really save if it perpetuates an inequity that doesn't help our students get employed?
Yeah, Trustee Brown, I'm sorry, Trustee President, when you have anything, I respond?
Yes, please.
I just wanted to quickly say to you, Trustee Brown, we totally hear you. And I want to say that, you know, part of the way we presented the work today was to sort of, what we thought we were doing was introducing design build and just making it clear that it's a difference from design bid build. But really, had we framed the conversation through the lens of equity, which was, I apologize for not doing it that way. You know, I think what we would have been able to share with you is that in addition to design build, we are doing several projects with design bid build, and we do have a choice to do additional projects in that manner, as well as take advantage of our CUPCA purchasing process and some of the trainings that Keith referred to, so that we can make sure that we're doing the proper outreach to our smaller vendors. And I really appreciate your knowledge about and the fact that you brought up the OSIP program, because that was something that I was actually, we've started to think a little bit about that, and to the point where it could also perhaps even make it more attractive for less qualified vendors to participate. Again, because we're framing it through the lens of equity, I think is a terrific way of thinking about that program. And you're right, it may break even in the end, but there may be advantages from an equity framework. So I just wanted to say I appreciate the way you're asking us to think about this, and I think we'll try to be conscious of this. We make future presentations is that we think about it through that lens rather than just through cost efficiency, for example. So thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Brown. Trustee Reese?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I have zero knowledge in the area of construction and facilities, but I must say that your thorough, well-prepared presentation, progress updates, intentionality, and community feedback, both internally and externally, helped me get a much better understanding of what we're doing and what's to come, given the very complex nature of the bond and construction and facilities with so many dynamic elements. And I have to say that your last slide that showed the progress, that showed that our progress is happening even amidst the difficulties, including COVID-19, construction pauses and such, and that we're still running on schedule is good to know. Surprising, but good to know. And I have to say, lastly, and I know that Trustee Weinstein already said this, but I will say it again, walking us through those challenges and the solutions as you dealt with the liberal arts building, that was excellent. It was honest, it was thoughtful, and at the end of the day, there are going to be errors, there are going to be things that happen that we just don't know until we know, and often costly, and I'm sure that this may have been costly, but I think what was so important is that you were transparent, and you had a discussion amongst their teams, but also with us of the many lessons learned so that this doesn't happen again in the same way. And I think that that is to be both commended and really appreciated. And again, this is coming from somebody who has zero knowledge in this, but you made it come together for me, and I appreciate that. So thank you.
That's great, thank you. And I want to echo from my colleague, Trustee Brown, on the issue of social justice and social responsibility. You are talking my language, and you're speaking directly to me. And so we don't need to go far for looking at where those models of equity are happening within the world of construction, because it exists right here in our own county and in our own city. So we currently have a research project around project labor agreements. I know you're familiar with it. VC SADA, you were engaged in part of that consortium of public agencies a couple of years ago. That program has moved forward. And so we do have to have a critical lens with social responsibility, especially when I look at the outcome of the registrants who vocalize their need for additional technical assistance, which really is resonating around issues of equity, issues of access, and being able to capture that through a variety of technical skills around, and you heard it earlier, around bonding, around certification, around preference points, and there's a whole host of other tools that can be incorporated to ensure that we are being as socially responsible as possible to our community, both on the business side, contracting side, as well as on the workforce side. So with that, I thank you, and I definitely need to move us forward on this calendar. So bravo to your presentation, to both of you. I will now move it forward to consent calendar. May I have a motion to approve, please?
So moved.
Second. And we have a second. And let's do roll call.
Trustee Withrow?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
Trustee Handy?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez-Yuan?
Yes.
Trustee Weinstein?
Yes.
Trustee Napoli Abella Reese?
Yes.
Thank you. And Trustee Bonilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. I'm going to move us to our first action item that was pulled, 8.1, consider approval of the multi-year contract with Conserve Accounts Receivable Management to collect student outstanding financial obligations. Trustee Weinstein, I believe you, well, first let me just have a motion to approve.
So moved.
And second?
Second.
And let's go ahead and open that for discussion. Trustee Weinstein?
Yeah, thank you. My voice is going again. But I'd like to hear a little bit more about this. I really am opposed to a collection agency when it comes to student debt. I would much prefer that we would be able to fund some workers to help us with the students who are having difficulty paying, and find ways early on so that we can help them. I have had and heard too much experience about collection agencies, and I did do some research on Conserve, and I'm not going to say that it's worse than the other ones, but it had 88 complaints in 3 years. Now, maybe that's nothing to you, but for me, when I read those complaints, many of them are heartbreaking, because when a collection agency comes after you, it can ruin your credit score for the rest of your life. And while I understand we want our students to be responsible, students need help. They don't need collection agencies. And student debt, as we know, is one of the biggest problems facing our students all over this country, four-year colleges, but particularly community colleges. And so from my perspective, students who are already struggling, I do not want to make it worse for them. And so this is not something that I would like to support, or I can support. If there's something that whoever wants this would, or Chancellor, if you'd like to respond to it, that's fine. It's just, I just don't think this is the way that we should be managing or helping our students who are already struggling with crisis and COVID and many other things. Collection agencies are not the way to go.
Thank you, Trustee Weinstein. Chancellor?
Yes, thank you. So thank you, Trustee Weinstein, for contacting me earlier today and letting me know. I did do some look at the link that you sent me as well. So I want to share a couple of things. When I looked at the Better Business Bureau link, they are an A+ company, but I did appreciate that there were several complaints. I did an analysis of the complaints, of the 87 complaints, and overwhelming majority of them were concerns, as you indicated, about the impact that they reported information and it affected their credit score. So I looked at the contract, and one of the things that I do see in the contract is that we actually have the ability to define, one, whether something is reported to the credit agency or not, to the agencies or not. We can stipulate our preferences there. The other thing is that we also can, we have some ability to stipulate the ways in which, what strategies are used to collect the debt. I looked at the other opportunities as well. So one, it did go through an RFP process. This was the lowest bid, so we would be compelled to take that. But I looked at what were our other chances? And one of the things that did happen is there was a change in the regulations that said that you could no longer say to students, well, if you haven't paid your fees, then you can't get your transcripts or you can't get your degrees. Those are not tools that are available, but what they made available was that you could work with the chancellor's office, who had a partnership with the controller's office, and they would keep a portion of the students, a large percentage of the students' tax refund if that was the case. We didn't necessarily think that that was consistent with the values, but you can correct us. We didn't think that that would be a preference or a way that this board would want to go. So I don't know that that was necessarily considered. But we can, do whatever you think is best. We have probably about $2 million of, outstanding student debt. This is part of trying to address every place where we can. We're trying to really take somebody asked earlier about the skiff cliff. That skiff cliff equals about $9.4 million, and that is a real structural deficit that we have once we are no longer held harmless. So we are looking at in every aspect of our responsibilities to try to address that. So this is $2 million. The board could decide that, okay, they don't want us to do that, and that means that's $2 million that the board is basically gifting to the students because they're not requiring them to pay. So in any direction you'd like us to look, we take a look at it. But this is a means or a mechanism that most community colleges use to collect bad student debt. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Trustee Weinstein.
Yeah, so I hear you. Thank you, Chancellor, for responding that way. I hear what you're talking about, but when I was looking through the budget book, and if you look at bad student debt or bad debt, it's 800,000, and then it goes to 1 million. So I'm not sure where the 2 million comes from, because I'm not sure where that number comes from.
Yeah, I can ask VC Walter to speak to that.
Okay.
Thank you, Chancellor and Trustee Weinstein. So the information that's posted in the budget book are estimates. We are aware that there is more extensive outstanding debt, and what you're seeing in the budget book is what we're calling bad debt, and that is what we estimate that we won't actually collect of the total that's outstanding. And if we have an analysis that shows that the outstanding student receivables is really pernicious, and the amount that we're talking about right now in terms of $2 million is, the most recent years. So those figures in the budget book are just where we're just walking away from that amount. I hope that answers.
Yeah, it does. Thank you. When does it count as, how do I say this? When do you start trying to collect money?
Well, the ideal situation would be to have students receive reminders and invoices and letting them know, when they're 30 days or less, just your typical aging report. Mm-hmm. And this company would help us do that. And my understanding is that the students are not receiving any kind of, they don't have a mechanism whereby they're being held accountable. I'll put it like that, to their obligation. So ideally, you would say, okay, you're 30 days in arrears, and then you're 60 days in arrears, and then there's 90 days, and then there's fees associated with late payments and so forth. But that's not actually happening. So that's part of this.
Okay. That is one of the main problems, or I see that as one of the main problems, that early on students are not being contacted and we're not necessarily finding out what is going on with the student. Don't get me wrong, I believe in responsibility. I just think that there has to be some other way to help these students pay or not.
Thank you, Trustee Weinstein. Trustee Brown?
Thank you. I'll make this short because it's, what is it, almost 12. So the issues that Trustee Weinstein brought up were discussed when we had the audit finding that said that we were not putting our bad debt, our uncollectible debt, on the budget book, and that we needed to adopt some means of handling that. And then it also showed up in the FICMAT report. We started using COTOP about 3 or 4 years ago, and so, as a means of collecting. And then there was a discussion about a collection agency as a second tier of collection. At that time, we asked all the college presidents what the methodologies were to help students with emergency loans, grants, how to address the issues. And then Aisha Jordan, who was a student trustee at the time, volunteered to help identify maybe some protocols that could be used as another means of recovering the debt, or maybe an ombudsperson to resolve the issues before it went to the collection agency. So we've gone full circle over the last 3 or 4 years with this issue, getting COTOP, getting some means of recovering the money. And so my question is, can the Chancellor, could you work maybe with VC of Finance to have some sort of intermediary process where when students get the letters regarding the amount that's owed, there are some means of resolving those issues? Because some of the letters go out into the nebula, the stratosphere. Some people say, what do you mean I didn't owe this? There was a student who was at Cal and being counted as present in classes, and he didn't know that he had those debts. There are some issues that are resolvable, and some debts that maybe there's an intermediary step between the collection agency and COTOP, and can that be examined? Not necessarily with trustee involvement. I mean, that I understand that you may want to handle that as purely operational without any recommendations on protocols, but it would be nice to have someone work on that and then present that plan.
Thank you. Yes, please do, Chancellor.
Yes, so Trustee Brown, thank you. Yes, we can certainly look into that. And the other thing that I think I'm gonna make a strong guess that this is also part of our modernization in terms of technology. I think that the interfacing with the students there are some technological solutions that VC Whitaker is putting in place that will make a big difference in terms of students, our ability to bill students and students' ability to pay. But we certainly can look into that.
Thank you.
And thank you, Chancellor.
Karen? I was just going to ask Karen, I'm sorry if I might, Board President. Karen, what do you think?
I think that sounds good. I'd like to hear that plan.
Okay, and then I still have Trustee Handy in the queue.
Hi. This is an issue we've been dealing with for a couple of years now, and we've just kicked it down the road. We basically were mandated to do something to collect these funds. And our first action was to notify the public that if they did, notify students that if they did not contact us, then it would be turned over to the IRS, and the IRS would take it from their checks. And that got a lot of students to come forward. And at that time, a student made a point to come and meet with me. And this was a young man who had registered for Peralta, never stepped foot on our campus, was accepted at Riverside, did not drop his classes, which is his responsibility. But we have a backup system that tells a specific date for no-shows to be dropped. So this young man had a full course load of teachers, instructors who didn't necessarily know each other, but every last one of them carried him for the entire semester. And so he had those fines. And I think through the chancellor changes, someone was trying to rectify this for him. But it shows that we had some systemic issues that hopefully some of them may be corrected when our when our IT systems are upgraded. But one issue is we really have to look at, we talked about looking at the day after the last day to drop a class, looking at those numbers as well. But we're going to have to clean it up. And then we have students that are no longer with us, that have passed away, and their parents have come in and contacted us. So there were a lot of issues around it. But here's the bottom line. With credit agencies or organizations, if you make a commitment and you stick to that commitment, it's not going to go any further. I mean, if they make a commitment with Peralta, I believe that it's already set up, if they make a commitment for whatever payment that they can, it no longer how long it takes them to do it, the problem is resolved. It's when you don't make a payment, when you totally ignore, just as with any other bill collectors, you're going to find your lights turned off, your electricity turned off. And I remember being very, very young, talking to someone about having my phone turned off. And the lady says, ma'am, she goes, I'm going to tell you something. She said, whatever extraordinary efforts you take to get your phone turned back on after it's turned off, she said, do that before they turn it off. And again, it was a very important lesson for me to learn in terms of doing things punctually. We are teaching students responsibility as well. They may or may not have the money, but it's hard to say why we have $2 million in debt, because this is not like my tuition was $800 and some a unit at CWRU. We don't have that type of payment. I think because there's no consequence, people tend to just forget about it and walk away from it. So I don't think that we're putting undue pressure on students by expecting them to make a commitment to pay what is owed, or to make some type of arrangements to pay what is owed. And it wasn't like we were given a choice. We were told that we will start collecting these outstanding debts. So we have to find a way that's least painful, that we can, that a way that is manageable, that allows our students to pay off their debts with dignity and move on. But what we cannot do is just say, oh, our students are too poor and we don't want a collection agency, we don't want the IRS, because then it comes right back into our laps. And we didn't say we wanted to do this. We were told that we must do this. So
thank you, Trustee Handy.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. And then Chancellor, I did hear you say, and I may have missed it in the previous discussion that was happening with trustees, that you have an opportunity to negotiate through this contract with this vendor to minimize or not require credit reporting.
I looked at I looked at the contract, and inside the contract there is a statement, and I will have GC Warden take a look at that. But inside the contract, there is a statement that says that they would they would make that report unless requested by the client. So we can request that is not part of their strategy, that they don't report to the credit agencies.
That would be great. Thank you to have that done.
So Warden to take a look. I'm going to text him and have him take a look at the contract that's loaded right now, so that you can have that before you vote.
Okay, thank you. So we will, with no further questions on this item, we'll do roll call. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Brown?
Yes, with the understanding that we can get sort of report back on a plan and not have the credit reporting.
Thank you. Trustee Handy?
Yes, again, I think with the same caveats, yes.
Okay. Trustee Gonzalez-Yuan?
What she said.
Trustee
Yes.
Weinstein? Thank you. Trustee Weinstein?
No.
Trustee Napolia-Bella Reese?
Yes, because there will be a report back. So yes.
Okay. And Trustee Bonilla?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you. We'll move to 9.1, consider approval of academic personnel items. May I have a motion, please?
I'd like to move items 9.1 and 9.2.
I'd like to
Do I have a second?
I'd like to move 9.1 through 9.13.
We already have a motion, Trustee Withrow, but thank you. We have a motion on 9.1 and 9.2. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Thank you. If there's no discussion, can we please have roll call?
Okay. Trustee Withrow?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
Trustee Handy?
I'm sorry, I stepped away. What are we voting on?
9.1.
9.1.
2.
And 2.
Which is?
Yeah, doesn't matter.
Approval of the academic faculty personnel items. That's 9.1. And then 9.2 is ratification of the classified personnel items.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Trustee Gonzalez-Yuan?
Yes.
Trustee Weinstein?
Yes.
Trustee Napolia-Bella Reese?
Yes.
Thank you. And Trustee Bonilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. We will move to, can you all hear me? We will move to consider approval of management personnel items.
Hand raised.
Trustee Reese?
So with this particular item, as board leadership did not see most of the individuals listed on item 9.3 at agenda setting, and given adherence to the directive associated with Board Policy 7110, I'd like to make a motion to separate some of the names to 2 additional items. So specifically, I move to take the 2 candidates that were presented during agenda setting and whose resumes were given to the board during closed session prior to this vote. Let's put that on one agenda item or one list. So those 2 items are Joy Chavarin and Matthias Pouncel for a vote. And I move to extract the 2 resignations. And those 2 were Tim Karras and Tamil Gilkerson. And let's put that for a vote. And then leave the remaining items on a separate bundle from the other 2. And I'd like to table that item or that list.
A second.
Oh, okay. And we have a second. Because it's 12:01. So can you, and we have a second. So we are separating Joya Chavarin and Matthias Pouncel along with President Gilkerson and President Karras. for this motion, and we have a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, we can take roll call.
Thank you. And just for clarification on the motion, there's two separate motions. The first motion is for the two candidates, and
for all four. There's the first, that motion is moving Joy Chabarin, Mateus Pouncil, President Karras, President Gilkerson.
I'll take that friendly amendment.
I'll accept that.
Okay, noted. Thank you. And we'll start with Trustee Withrow.
Yes.
Trustee Brown.
No, I have an objection to separating the item, so no.
Trustee Handy.
No.
Trustee Gonzalez-Yuen. Trustee Gonzalez.
I have voted no on every administrative contract that's come in open session, and I will continue in that vein.
Okay. Trustee Napoli-Abella Reese.
Yes.
And Trustee Bonilla.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
I'm sorry, did Trustee Weinstein vote in this?
I didn't vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. Trustee Weinstein?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Bonilla, was that a vote to separate it, or was that a vote on the actual, assuming it was separated and then voting on the actual names?
That was a vote. That was a vote on separating.
No, I think that was a vote on the actual names.
Oh, I'm sorry. We removed them, and I'm sorry. That was a vote on the actual separation. There was an amendment to the separating of these four names that were mentioned.
I'm sorry.
And
if point of information, I believe
yes,
Trustee Napoli-Abella Reese moved the four candidates. I seconded that motion, and so that was a substantive vote on those four candidates.
Yes, this is correct. That's correct. That's how I understood it. Yes.
Thank you.
And the second part of that request was to table the remainder of the candidates.
I second.
I'll try this one more time. Trustee Napoli-Abella Reese made a motion to separate those items and table the others. So I'm not sure if there was a vote on the separation of those items.
Shall we take a vote to separate?
Well, we could take that. We could take that as the vote to separate. And if we want to restate, we can restate that this is a vote to separate the items. I believe that's correct, Chancellor.
Okay.
So if I could have board clerk take roll call on the separation of the items as listed with Joy Chabarin, Mateus Pouncil, President Karras, and President Gilkerson.
Thank you. Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Trustee Brown?
No.
Trustee Handy?
No.
Trustee Gonzalez-Yuen?
Yes.
Trustee Weinstein?
Yes.
Trustee Napoli-Abella Reese?
Yes.
And Trustee Bonilla?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries to separate the item.
Thank you. Now we will vote on the item that we just separated, which is moving forward with the appointment of Joy Chabarin, Mateus Pouncil, and the separation of President Karras and President Gilkerson. May I have a motion to approve?
Second.
Point of clarification, is this also a motion to table the other personnel actions that are in that item?
Yes.
Hang on.
They have to be separate motions.
That's a separate point of information.
That's a separate.
It's got to be separate.
So I don't believe this is the motion to table. This is the motion to approve the.
This is the motion. Yes. Thank you, Trustee. Yes, we are voting on the motion to approve. We just separated, and so we have a motion to approve right now the appointment of the 4 names that I keep repeating. So we can go ahead and do roll call.
And who was the mover and the seconder?
I believe I'm the seconder. Angelina was the firster.
Jelena, that was your motion?
Yeah, that was my motion, yes.
Thank you. Just for clarification.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll start with Trustee
Roll
Woodrow.
call.
Yes.
Trustee Brown.
Yes.
Trustee Handy.
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez-Yuen.
No.
Trustee Weinstein.
I'm sorry, can you please repeat what we are voting on here?
Yes, we're voting for, this is
right.
the first motion. This is to vote for the 4, separating the 4 items, or approving the 4 items, excuse me. So that would be for Joya Chavrin, Mateo, and Tim Karras, and Tamil Gilkerson.
Okay, so we're voting to approve the 4 people.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Napoli Bella-Reese.
Yes.
And Trustee Bonilla.
Yes.
Motion carries.
So
Madam President, I'd like to move the table, the separated item that we separated from the first, that first group.
You're asking
So all
to
the
table the
remaining management, the remaining management personnel.
Yes. And do I have a second?
Trustee Bonilla, if I can, just for purposes of clarity, if you can identify the individual, since there's been confusion on the past 2 questions. I just want to make sure that people know what they're voting on before the roll call starts.
Yeah, I believe.
Simply rephrase to restate the question.
What we're voting on is the tabling of the remainder of the candidates that are in the item. And we're tabling that for our next meeting.
Shall I read the names out?
I don't think that's necessary.
9.3.
I would appreciate it for clarity's sake.
Sure, we can have the board clerk read the remainder of the names.
Okay, the remainder of the names under 9.3 are Mark Johnson, Royal Roberts, Jalile Warden, Denise Richardson, and Chris Foster.
Thank you. And that's the remainder of the candidates on this item to be tabled. It's been motioned and we have a second. And if there's no discussion, we can move forward with roll call.
I have a question. Which college is Denise Richardson at? Oh yeah, I'm sorry, Merritt. Okay, it's getting late, sorry.
Who was the second on this one?
Second.
Trustee Reese.
Okay, thank you. And we'll start with Trustee Withrow.
No.
Trustee Brown.
Nope.
Trustee Handy.
No.
Trustee Gonzalez-Yuen.
Yes.
Trustee Weinstein.
Yes.
Trustee Napoli Bella-Reese.
Yes.
And Trustee Bonilla.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you. We'll move to item 9.4, ratification of the monthly contract report in accordance with the administrative policy 6340. May I have a motion to approve, please?
I'd like to move items 9.4 through 9.13.
Second.
And we have a second. And seeing no discussion, we'll go ahead and take roll call on items 9.4 through 9.13.
Thank you. Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Trustee Brown?
Yes, although I would like a little bit of discussion, clarification on that sole source. I'm not sure I understand why it's a sole source.
9.10?
Yeah.
Chancellor?
Yes, 1 second, please.
Is it, I mean, is it a proprietary system? I don't understand.
Is this the Johnson Fire?
Yes, it is a proprietary system.
Proprietary system, yes.
Oh, okay.
Sounds like we're good.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can we resume with the roll call?
Yes. Trustee Handy?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez-Yuan?
Yes.
Trustee Weinstein?
Yes.
Trustee Napoli-Abella Reese?
Yes.
And Trustee Bonilla?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you. We'll move to board trustee reports. I will start with Trustee Handy.
Yes. We're still doing the food giveaways at Eau Claire Center for Merritt College, the Curry Foundation, and World Kitchen. And it's going to be going on throughout this summer. And I think that people are kind of forgetting about it or not quite sure where it is. But I thought it would be great if we could just have something on the website that let all students know. I mean, they may be going to BCC, but they might live in deep East Oakland. There's actually food and supply giveaways every day of the week between Eau Claire and across the street, the back of the Eastmont Mall. On Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, you can drive through for food and supplies. And on Tuesday and Thursday from 12 to 2, we're giving away 500 meals and just under 200 boxes of produce. And lately, it's been revving up because we have been running out of food after an hour and 10 minutes the past 2 days that we were there, last Thursday and then again today. So I think it's really important that our students know that they and their families, that there's food available for them, there's supplies available for them, and just in different parts of the city. I don't really see a great system of connecting all of the dots. I've tried to find some information. It's been difficult for me just for COVID testing and things like that. So I think that if we could just possibly have something on our website that students would see that just kind of give them information of where they can go on what day to pick up food, I think it would be really helpful. Between the 4 campuses, we should manage to be able to support all the students who want to be supported. So it is really wonderful to be able to be out there with the students and the faculty members. And one faculty member, Steve Purnell, I believe his last name is, wanted me to connect with a student just for some guidance. And it turns out to be a student that I had taken to the Congressional Black Caucus in 2009. That was the last time I saw him. And he's graduated from Cal and now going into a graduate program. So it is so wonderful. And even the executive director of Kerr was one of our Peralta students and was on that same trip when they were panelists for the MAP program at CBC. So it is such a great time, great opportunity to be there with the students and hear what they have to say, and also to be with the community. So anyway, I just think that we are not seeing as many students as we were earlier. And I think that if we're capturing them in different places, if there's any way we can help to do that, facilitate that, that would be a great idea. And again, thanks to Merritt College and all the different colleges and the money that they're putting aside in the Curry Foundation and World Kitchen, because it really is something that people truly, truly appreciate. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Handy. That's really, really, really good information. And so thank you for sharing it again. It's important, and I hope we capture it and are able to disseminate that information. Trustee Brown?
Oh, real quick, just a plug for everybody to tune in on Thursday. There'll be conversations some of the difficult conversations regarding how to support and help African American student success. And the panelists will be Lasana Hotep, who is the Director of Equity, Inclusion and Belonging at UC Berkeley. Our own Chancellor Regina Stenbeck Stroud, Ed Bush from Los Rios, Coast College, and Trustees Myra Cruz and Pam Hayes. And it'll be an hour and a half of unfiltered conversation. So that'll be Thursday at noon. I get to sit on the bench and cheer and play producer.
That's great. Thank you. Trustee Withrow?
Pass.
Okay. Trustee Weinstein?
Pass.
I think she's passing. Thank you. Trustee Reed?
Wednesday, I'm going to pass.
Okay. Is Trustee Gonzalez-Wynn still with us? It looks like not. So announcements. Thank you all for sharing. Announcements.
Yes, the board will be holding a retreat on Tuesday, July 21st at 1 p.m. The next regularly scheduled board meeting will be held on July 28 as a webinar. The board is in recess during the month of August. And the most important announcement, the board would like to wish Trustee Withrow a happy birthday, who had a birthday on Sunday. And
well, thank you very much.
Congratulations. Happy birthday, Bill.
Happy birthday, yes.
Madam President, that concludes the announcements for this evening.
Thank you, everyone. This meeting is adjourned. Everyone, have a good Wednesday.
You too. Good night.
Thanks. Good night.
Good night.